Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗵𝗃𝗲 245783777 on Wattpad. Now let's start. In this chapter, the story delves into 𝗬𝗃𝗃's backstory alongside elements from MHA Season 1, Episode 1, Izuku Midoriya's origins. 𝗬𝗃 lived in a world where about 80% of the population possessed extraordinary abilities. Like many others, 𝗬𝗃 had unique powers that set them apart. 𝗬𝗃 was determined to become one of the world's greatest heroes alongside their best friend, Izuku Midoriya. However, to understand how this journey began, it was essential to start from the beginning. 𝗬𝗃 was born to two powerful pro-heroes in Honolulu, Hawaii. Their civilian names were F/N and M/L/N, but in the hero world, they were known as Aquarius and Aquilina. Together, they formed the Aqua Duo, celebrated for their water-related quirks. After graduating from the National Hero Academy in the United States, they aspired to start their own agency. When 𝗬𝗃's mother became 𝗵𝗃, she took maternity leave while 𝗬𝗃's father continued his work. Following 𝗬𝗃's 𝗵𝗃, their grandmother, 𝗬𝗃, a retired pro-hero known as Aquarian, cared for 𝗬𝗃 while their parents were occupied. At the age of 4, 𝗬𝗃's parents announced a move to Mizudafu, Japan, home to the prestigious 𝗬𝗃 High School, the top-ranked hero school in the world. Although 𝗬𝗃 felt sad to leave their home, excitement bubbled within them as their parents prepared to launch the Aqua Agency. Once settled in Japan, 𝗬𝗃 discovered their quirks, vocal water manipulation from their father and water wings from their mother. Vocal water manipulation was a legendary quirk, unique in that it had no limits. It was said to have originated over a century ago when the goddess 𝗵𝗃𝗲 bestowed it upon 𝗬𝗃's ancestor, 𝗬𝗃, for a significant sacrifice made to the gods of Hawaii. The goddess's words echoed through generations, emphasizing the power and honor of this ability. 𝗬𝗃 inherited this remarkable gift, which allowed them to control water through the power of their voice. The strength of the ability grew with the power of their voice and continued to develop through their family line. Water wings, inherited from 𝗬𝗃's mother, manifested as wings made of water that could extend and retract at will. To summon the wings, 𝗬𝗃 simply needed to say the Hawaiian word for wings, while retracting them required a different phrase. While water wings had its limitations, it was still a formidable quirk. Overexertion could lead to back cramps, dizziness, and dehydration, as the water used came from 𝗬𝗃's own body. Now that 𝗬𝗃 had shared their background, it was time to recount how they met Izuku Midoriya, their best friend and future crush. On a sunny day at the park, a young boy with green hair and freckles stood up for another boy who was hurt. Izuku Midoriya, despite his own fears, confronted 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who was bullying the other child. 𝗵𝗃, with his wild ash-blonde hair and fierce demeanor, dismissed Izuku's attempts to play the hero, reminding him that without a quirk, he stood no chance. As 𝗵𝗃 and his friends prepared to unleash their quirks, a protective force field made of water suddenly appeared in front of Izuku, signaling the arrival of 𝗬𝗃, ready to defend their friend. Izuku and the other boys heard a melodic voice and saw a girl with 𝗵/C hair and 𝗵/C eyes controlling a force field with her voice. Suddenly, the force field pushed the three boys back, causing them to fall in shock. One of the boys asked who she was. She introduced herself as 𝗬/L/N and warned them to leave the two boys alone, stating that if they wanted to be heroes, they should first learn to be better human beings. As wings made of water emerged from her back, she floated slightly off the ground, making herself appear larger. With a commanding shout, she told them to scram, and they ran off, looking defeated. 𝗬𝗃 then turned her attention to the two boys, asking if they were all right and noting that they looked a bit banged up. She expressed concern and offered to help them get home. The purple-haired boy nodded while sniffling, and both boys looked at 𝗬𝗄 with a mix of admiration and fear after witnessing her display of power. The purple-haired boy called her his hero, to which 𝗬𝗄 humbly replied that it was nothing more than standing up for them, explaining that a true hero protects those who cannot protect themselves and saves people with a smile. After ensuring the purple-haired boy was safely returned home, 𝗬𝗄 dropped Izuku off at his place. He thanked her for her help, and she asked him to call her 𝗬𝗄, admitting she hadn't gotten his name yet. Izuku introduced himself, and 𝗬𝗄 smiled, calling him Izuku as she gave him a quick hug before walking away. Later, 𝗬𝗄 recalled a significant moment from her past. When she was 10 years old, she had always wanted a little sibling. One day, after taking Izuku home to keep him safe from 𝗵𝗃𝗃, her parents sat her down and shared the news that she would be a big sister. Overjoyed, she jumped for joy, not realizing she was flying with her water wings until she bumped her head against the ceiling, which made her stop in surprise. Her mother asked if she was okay, and 𝗬𝗄 assured her she was fine, simply excited about becoming a big sister. However, 9 months later, her excitement turned to heartbreak. After sharing the news with Izuku at school, she received devastating news during class that her mother had given 𝗬𝗲𝗍 to a stillborn sister. The teacher received a call, and 𝗬𝗄 felt a sense of dread as she waited to get home. When she arrived, her parents were waiting on the couch, their expressions revealing something was wrong. She asked Izuku to wait in her room while she spoke with her parents. Her father gently told her they needed to talk, and as she sat down, they revealed the tragic news about her baby sister. The doctor had been unable to help her breathe. 𝗬𝗄 felt a surge of emotions as she questioned why they hadn't let her see her sister. Her mother explained that they named her Eri, describing her resemblance to their grandmother. 𝗬𝗄 learned that her sister had light blue hair and red eyes, and although she felt sorrow, she appreciated knowing her sister's name. After a family moment of shared grief, 𝗬𝗄 excused herself to study with Izuku, trying to remain strong for her family and her sister. However, when they began studying, she broke down and shared her feelings with Izuku, who listened and supported her. They had dinner together, enjoying 𝗬𝗏, which was Izuku's favorite, blending their cultures as they often did. Years passed since the loss of her sister, and 𝗬𝗄 and Izuku were now in their final year of junior high, preparing for high school. They both aspired to attend the high school. One day, while running to school, they stumbled upon a villain attack as a thief stole a woman's purse. Everyone was present, and it was an incredible sight. 𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗏 was preparing to apprehend the villain with a preemptive lacquered chain prison when 𝗵𝗃𝗏 intervened, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing down. Photographers were capturing the moment, likely getting plenty of shots of 𝗵𝗃𝗏. Only someone with questionable intentions would focus on that aspect without her consent. Amidst the chaos, 𝗬𝗄 noticed Izuku mumbling to himself, his thoughts spilling out loud as he jotted down notes about the heroes and their quirks. A man nearby turned to Izuku, teasing him lightly about his enthusiasm for heroes. He asked if Izuku wanted to be a hero too, prompting a cheerful affirmation from him. The man then turned his attention to 𝗬𝗄, inquiring if she shared the same dream. 𝗬𝗄 responded earnestly, expressing her lifelong aspiration to become a great hero and make her parents proud, though she muttered the last part under her breath. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗄 glanced at her watch, her eyes widening in alarm. She urged Izuku to hurry, and together they rushed to 𝗬𝗪 Middle School. Once in class, they took their seats as 𝗵𝗃𝗃 began addressing the students. He emphasized the importance of considering their futures and hinted at the possibility of career aptitude tests, but quickly dismissed the idea, knowing they all aspired to join the hero track. The classroom erupted in cheers, except for 𝗬𝗄, Izuku, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 reminded them that while they had impressive quirks, no powers were allowed in school. Just then, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 boasted about his superiority, dismissing his classmates as losers, and claiming he was destined for greatness. His confidence sparked a mix of admiration and disbelief among the students, with some expressing their shock at his ambition to attend high, a school known for its low acceptance rate. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 declared that he was the only one at their school with a real chance of getting in, envisioning a future where he surpassed even All Might in fame and wealth. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 quietly scoffed at his arrogance. 𝗵𝗃-sensei then asked 𝗧𝗵 and Izuku if they wanted to attend you. 2. Drawing laughter from their peers. A boy in class remarked that 𝗧𝗵 would have no trouble getting in due to her quirks, but he ridiculed Izuku for being quirkless. 𝗧𝗵 stood up for Izuku, asserting that no one understood how her quirks worked and that the rules had changed, allowing for the possibility of Izuku being the first quirkless student to enter the hero course. Bakugo, infuriated, exploded Izuku's desk, causing him to fall. 𝗧𝗵 quickly placed a hand on Bakugo's shoulder, warning him to back off unless he wanted to face the consequences of his actions. Bakugo hesitated and stepped away, allowing 𝗧𝗵 to help Izuku up. After class, 𝗧𝗵 stayed close to Izuku, wary of Bakugo's potential retaliation. As Izuku examined his hero journal, 𝗧𝗵 peeked over his shoulder, teasing him about his detailed notes. Just then, Bakugo's friends approached, one with a bowl cut and the other with wild short hair. They inquired about 𝗧𝗵's friendship with Izuku, questioning why she spent time with someone they deemed weak. 𝗧𝗵's anger flared at their disrespectful comments about her best friend. Before she could respond, Izuku screamed, drawing her attention to Bakugo, who had just thrown Izuku's journal out the window. 𝗧𝗵 shouted Bakugo's name in frustration, but he ignored her, taunting Izuku and igniting his quirk slightly. He boasted about his potential and warned Izuku not to even think about applying to you, asserting that he was destined for greatness while Izuku was not. As Bakugo and his friends walked away, one of them remarked on Izuku's lack of fight, while the other suggested that it was better for him to realize he would never be a hero sooner rather than later. Bakugo added a cruel suggestion, implying that Izuku should give up entirely. 𝗧𝗵 gasped at his words, feeling a surge of anger as she watched him turn away. Bakugo smirked and taunted, asking if there was something wrong with water wings. In a fit of anger, the protagonist shouted that Bakugo was dead and lunged at him, but Izuku intervened, grabbing her before she could reach Bakugo. She struggled against Izuku's firm grip, expressing her outrage at Bakugo's cruel words, declaring him a villain rather than a hero. Once the boys were out of sight, she finally calmed down, and Izuku released her, guiding her to a desk. Curious, she asked why he had stopped her. Izuku explained that he couldn't let her hurt Bakugo. She insisted that she needed to do something after Bakugo's hurtful comment, vowing that the next time she saw him, he would pay. Izuku replied that he was walking her home for her safety. As they left the school, they stopped by the koi pond, where she playfully took Izuku's journal from the fish and fed them. Handing the journal back, they continued their walk home. She could sense Izuku's thoughts drifting to his past, particularly the day he learned he might never have a quirk and all the times he admired All Might, the symbol of peace. All Might was renowned for his strength and his ability to save everyone with a smile, which inspired Izuku to pursue his dream of becoming a hero. She reflected on Izuku's determination, realizing it was one of the things she admired about him. Suddenly, she shook her head, reminding herself that they were just friends. Encouraging him, she pointed to his heart, telling him that he had what it took to be a hero. Izuku thanked her, expressing that she was the only one who believed in him. They shared a warm hug. Then, a sludge villain appeared, prompting her to gasp and push Izuku out of harm's way. Her wings extended as she prepared to confront the villain, who remarked on her powerful quirk. Izuku bravely stepped in front of her, declaring that the villain should stay away from his friend. The villain threatened Izuku, claiming he would take over his body. Determined to protect her friend, she called upon her quirk, singing a powerful song that resonated with her feelings for Izuku. As she activated her water encasement move, the water bubble grew larger, and with a swift motion, she encased the sludge villain, freeing Izuku. As the song reached its climax, she secured the villain in a jar just as All Might arrived on the scene. He reassured them of their safety and acknowledged her impressive feat of capturing the villain. She felt a mix of pride and shame, admitting that she shouldn't have used her quirk recklessly. All Might commended her for her bravery and decided not to involve the police, keeping the incident between them. Izuku, waking up and realizing he was on her lap, blushed and looked at All Might. All Might praised him for his instinct to protect her, recognizing that true heroism comes from the heart. She pointed out that Izuku had acted heroically as well, emphasizing that a true hero acts without thinking, driven by the longing to protect others. Izuku, starstruck, excitedly asked for an autograph from All Might, expressing his admiration. She laughed at his enthusiasm, enjoying the moment as they stood together, united by their shared experiences and dreams. All Might explained that he needed to take the villain to the police, urging everyone to stay out of trouble. Izuku expressed surprise at All Might's quick departure, prompting the hero to remind him that pro-heroes are always racing against time and enemies. I felt a wave of anxiety as I pleaded with All Might not to reveal that a civilian had taken down the villain, insisting he could take all the credit. All Might assured me he wouldn't tell anyone, and I introduced myself as Y/N/L/N. As All Might prepared to leave, Izuku's determined expression made me nervous. I warned him not to do anything reckless, but before I could finish, he grabbed me and All Might's legs, causing me to scream. All Might was taken aback, exclaiming that this was too much for a fan interaction. Izuku insisted they were flying and that letting go would be disastrous. All Might acknowledged the danger but reminded us that he could save himself. Izuku, however, wanted to ask All Might questions, pleading for a chance to speak with his idol. Once we landed on a rooftop, we all breathed heavily, and I retracted my wings. Izuku remarked that his life flashed before his eyes, and I playfully smacked him for dragging me into this situation. All Might advised us to knock on a door if we needed help and prepared to leave. Izuku, however, had one last question: whether it was possible to become a hero without a quirk. His admiration for All Might was evident, and I realized this encounter would change both our futures. All Might paused, surprised by Izuku's question. Suddenly he seemed to struggle, steam escaping from his body. He cursed under his breath, and I felt a wave of concern. Izuku expressed his longing to prove everyone wrong and to be a hero like All Might. As Izuku spoke passionately, I noticed a transformation in All Might. He appeared frail and injured, blood trickling from his mouth. I tried to keep my composure, but Izuku couldn't contain his shock. I urged him to be quiet, placing my hand over his mouth. After calming him down, I turned back to All Might, questioning if it was really him. Izuku, still in disbelief, accused All Might of being an imposter. All Might, despite his condition, attempted to reassure us of his identity but ended up coughing up blood. Izuku was in disbelief, recalling how All Might was supposed to be a giant hero who always triumphed. All Might reminded us to keep this encounter a secret, and Izuku, still holding me, apologized profusely for his actions. To calm him, I kissed him on the cheek, which left him stunned. Once he regained his composure, we turned our attention back to All Might, who revealed a significant wound on his abdomen. I gasped and quickly covered Izuku's mouth to prevent him from screaming. All Might explained that he received the injury in a battle 5 years ago, detailing how it had severely affected his health and limited his hero work to just a few hours each day. Izuku asked if the fight with Toxic Chainsaw was the one that caused the injury. He held my hand without realizing it and expressed surprise at my knowledge. I explained that while the punk landed some hits, he couldn't bring me down. Most people had never heard of that fight, as I had done everything to keep it under wraps. I was supposed to be the guy who always smiled, the symbol of peace. People everywhere needed to believe I was never afraid, but honestly, I smiled to hide the fear inside. It was just a brave face I put on when the pressure was high. This job wasn't easy. I then speculated that the injury was caused by the #1 villain, All for One. All Might and Izuku looked at me in shock, particularly All Might. He asked how I knew that, and I revealed that my parents were both heroes, well known as the Aqua Duo, Aquarius and Aquilina. All Might seemed surprised, realizing my quirk looked familiar. He explained that pro-heroes often risk their lives and that some villains couldn't be beaten without powers. He expressed doubt about Izuku becoming a hero without a quirk, which made Izuku's expression shift from shock to sadness. Izuku looked down, and I felt a pang of sadness for him. All Might encouraged him to consider other ways to help people, like becoming a police officer. He acknowledged that while heroes captured most villains, being a police officer was still a fine profession. He urged 𝗧𝗵𝗲 to ensure his dreams were attainable and realistic before leaving, coughing. As All Might departed, he left the two sad students on the rooftop. He descended the stairs and reached into his pocket for the sludge villain, only to realize both pockets were empty. He felt a sense of urgency as he heard an explosion in the distance. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was torn inside after hearing All Might's words about becoming a hero without a quirk. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 reassured him that it would be okay and questioned what All Might knew, pointing out that he was born with a flashy quirk and that there had never been a quirkless hero. She believed that those without quirks often lacked the drive or confidence to become heroes. However, she knew 𝗧𝗵𝗲 would be by her side as hero partners. The sunlight hit her just right, making her appear to glow, igniting determination in 𝗧𝗵𝗲. Suddenly, they heard another explosion from the rooftop. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 wondered which hero would show up, but he hesitated, recalling All Might's words about the struggle of villains who couldn't be beaten without powers. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 urged him to join her, insisting that even if they had to stand on the sidelines, they could still help. She emphasized that what mattered was believing in themselves, and together they could become heroes. Meanwhile, All Might ran through the streets in his civilian form as civilians fled from the explosions. Heroes 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 arrived at the scene, witnessing the sludge villain holding 𝗵𝗃𝗃 in a tight grip. 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁 shouted at the villain for preying on a child and charged forward, only to have his hand ensnared in the villain's sludge. He struggled to free himself, bewildered by the goo's properties. The sludge villain retaliated, kicking 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁 away, causing him to land ℎRD on the ground. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 checked on 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁, while Slugger warned them of an incoming attack from the sludge villain. The villain threatened 𝗵𝗃𝗃, who struggled and created explosions in a futile attempt to escape. The sludge villain reveled in 𝗵𝗃𝗃's power, growing larger as he boasted about taking down All Might with 𝗵𝗃𝗃's quirk. Civilians recognized Empty Lady as she rushed toward the fight but halted, lamenting her need for a wider path. 𝗵𝗃𝗃's friends were cowering nearby until 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 rescued them, expressing concern about the fire and the situation. Backdraft, fighting the flames, called for help, while 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁 and Slugger struggled against the sludge villain's unusual form. As the sludge began to engulf 𝗵𝗃𝗃, 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁 and Slugger attempted to attack, but the villain swung at them. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 warned them of the incoming attack, and they dodged just in time. 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁 voiced their frustration, realizing none of them had the right quirks to stop the villain. Slugger suggested they focus on damage control until someone with the appropriate powers arrived. There are still plenty of people to save. Backdraft exclaimed. Don't worry. I bet everyone in the city is coming. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗁 reassured. 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁 thought to himself, feeling frustrated, wishing he had more power to defeat their opponent. This looks bad. Maybe we should run. He pondered. Civilians shouted encouragement from the sidelines, urging the heroes on. Izuku and 𝗵𝗃𝗁 were walking toward the fight, hearing the ongoing chaos. Izuku wondered why they were drawn to the scene. As they moved closer to the crowd, he felt a sinking feeling as he recognized the sludge villain from earlier. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? A civilian remarked. It seems they've met their match, and the villain has captured a child. Things aren't looking good, another added. Izuku's mind raced, recalling how All Might had captured this villain earlier. If he dropped the bottle, it's my fault, he thought, guilt weighing heavily on him. Panic spread among the civilians as they questioned All Might's absence. Izuku felt responsible, believing that All Might had exhausted himself trying to save him. Help will come soon, he reassured himself, but doubt lingered. The sludge villain tightened his grip on his captive, and then Izuku spotted a pair of familiar red eyes. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 noticed the danger as the sludge villain continued to threaten those in his grasp. Izuku suddenly dashed toward the villain, but 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁 and 𝗵𝗃𝗁 intercepted him. No, you can't. You'll get yourself hurt. 𝗳𝗵𝗃𝗁 shouted, but Izuku was determined. 𝗵𝗃𝗁 pleaded to be let go, desperate to save her friend. You're supposed to help. 2 innocent lives are at risk, and you're just standing by. She cried, tears streaming down her face. In a moment of desperation, she broke free and extended her wings, launching herself into the air. The sludge villain groaned at the sight of her. "Not this brat again," he muttered. 𝗵/𝗃 called out to the villain, reminding him of their previous encounter. The villain, realizing her potential, dropped Bakugo and charged at her. 𝗵/𝗃 caught Bakugo and flew him to safety before turning back to face the sludge villain. "Vocal water manipulation. 35%. She declared, soaring toward him and beginning to sing. The sludge villain attempted to strike, but she skillfully dodged his attacks. With her water bubble ready, she prepared to encase him, causing him to freeze in fear. As she unleashed her power, the sludge villain found himself trapped in a tighter grip than before. Just then, All Might appeared, capturing the villain in a jar. "I hope you enjoy it in there, because you won't be harming anyone again," 𝗵/𝗃 stated confidently. After the commotion, All Might took 𝗵/𝗃 and Izuku to a private place, away from the press. "I can't believe we lost all those reporters," 𝗵/𝗃 said, still in disbelief. All Might chuckled, but then he coughed, revealing his weakened state. Izuku gasped, and 𝗵/𝗃 quickly covered his mouth as All Might wiped the BLD from his lips. "Young man, young 𝗵/𝗃, I came here to thank you and to discuss your earlier question," All Might said, turning to Izuku. Izuku felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he listened to All Might express his gratitude. All Might acknowledged that if Izuku hadn't shared his story or if they hadn't encountered that fight, he would have remained a mere bystander in the crowd. Izuku, feeling a sense of shame, lowered his head and took responsibility for being in the way of All Might's efforts. All Might continued, emphasizing that despite Izuku's belief that he lacked a quirk, his brave attempt to save a life had inspired him. He spoke of heroes and how they often acted instinctively, driven by a longing to protect those who couldn't protect themselves, especially their loved ones. This resonated deeply with Izuku, who felt tears welling up in his eyes as All Might's words struck a chord in his heart. All Might then delivered the message that Izuku had longed to hear. He, too, could become a hero. Overwhelmed with joy, Izuku fell to his knees, sobbing with happiness. In that moment, Izuku's friend knelt beside him, offering comfort as he cried on her shoulder. She reassured him that he had what it took to be a hero. All Might, the #1 hero, had made a name for himself with his incredible abilities, reducing crime rates and becoming a symbol of peace. His words echoed in Izuku's mind, filling him with hope. The admiration he felt for All Might, alongside his friend, was overwhelming. All Might then revealed a shocking truth. He had the ability to pass on his power. Izuku and his friend exchanged bewildered glances as All Might explained that his quirk was not just a natural gift but something that could be inherited. He urged them to keep this information a secret, and his friend promised to do so. As All Might elaborated on the nature of his quirk, he spoke of its legacy, how it was cultivated and passed down through generations. Izuku was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the implications of such a power. His friend giggled at his rambling, and he felt a blush rise to his cheeks. All Might reassured them that he had been searching for a successor and believed Izuku was worthy of inheriting his power. Izuku felt tears of joy streaming down his face once more as he embraced the possibility of becoming a hero. With determination, he made his decision to accept All Might's offer, and All Might expressed his approval. However, the path to receiving this power would not be easy. 2 days later, at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, Izuku found himself struggling to pull a fridge with All Might and his friends sitting on top. All Might joked about the comfort of the fridge, while Izuku struggled under the weight. Despite the challenge, he was determined to prove himself worthy of the hero's legacy. What he was saying now was the opposite of what he had said before, which left Izuku confused. 𝗵/𝗃 pointed out that All Might was referring to Izuku's body. All Might explained that his quirk, one for all, represented the combined physical abilities of many people. An unprepared body could not inherit it fully, leading to serious consequences. Izuku, still puzzled, asked if he was picking up trash to train his body. All Might confirmed this and added that he had discovered that part of the beach park's coast had been like this for many years. Izuku noted that due to the currents, many objects drifted to this location, and people took advantage of it to hide illegal dumping, which kept local residents away. 𝗵𝗃 remarked on how heroes today often sought the spotlight, while the true essence of being a hero was rooted in volunteer service, regardless of how boring it might seem. All Might, demonstrating his strength, compressed the fridge he and 𝗵𝗃 were sitting on, creating a small shockwave. He declared that Izuku would restore the horizon for the entire section, marking his first step toward becoming a hero. Izuku was excited about this first step, realizing he had to clean everything. All Might then asked if Izuku wanted to attend you. Izuku eagerly affirmed that he wanted to go because it was where All Might had gone. However, All Might reminded him that becoming a hero was not possible without a quirk, and was the hardest hero course to get into. Izuku understood that he had 10 months until the entrance exam to prepare himself. All Might presented a training plan titled, Aim to Pass, American Dream Plan, designed to help Izuku clean up the beach and prepare for you. 𝗵𝗃 mentioned that her father had followed a training plan that helped him and her mother succeed. Izuku was taken aback by the intensity of the schedule, but he resolved to work harder than anyone else to achieve his goal. Thus began his rigorous training, with 𝗵𝗃 by his side. Over the next few days, Izuku returned to the beach to train with All Might and 𝗵𝗃. All Might instructed him to carry a large tire to the park entrance. As he struggled, he noticed 𝗵𝗃 in workout clothes, showcasing her impressive fitness. Izuku admired her dedication and realized she was following a training plan similar to her father's. He snapped out of his admiration when All Might urged him to keep running, reminding him that 10 months would pass quickly. At school the next day, Izuku found it difficult to stay awake during class. He contemplated the challenges ahead, calculating the time he had left to train. 𝗵𝗃 interrupted his thoughts, pointing out that he was mumbling out loud. Their teacher, 𝗵𝗃-sensei, teased Izuku about his encounter with a villain, which drew laughter from the class. After school, Izuku and 𝗵𝗃 were back at the beach with All Might for training. Izuku was exhausted, struggling to carry a safe over his shoulder. All Might, riding a Segway, noticed Izuku's fatigue and questioned whether he wanted to give up. 𝗵𝗃 expressed concern that Izuku was overworking himself. All Might reminded him that the training plan was tailored to his needs and that overdoing it would be counterproductive. Izuku insisted he needed to work harder than others to catch up and expressed his longing to become the greatest hero like All Might. 𝗵𝗃 helped him up, giving him a look that conveyed her disapproval of his stubbornness. All Might encouraged Izuku, assuring him that he would adjust the training plan. Izuku, still determined, acknowledged All Might's support as they prepared for the entrance exam day. Admiring Izuku as he let out a battle cry atop a pile of garbage, the sight was impressive. Just then, All Might appeared beside me, expressing pride in his protégé. The admiration I felt for Izuku was profound, but I hesitated to reveal my feelings. We had been best friends for a decade, practically growing up together, and I feared that confessing my feelings might jeopardize our bond. Still, I longed for something more between us. As we prepared for the entrance exam, All Might transformed into his hero form, and Izuku lost his balance, tumbling from the junk pile. I quickly caught him and set him back on his feet, earning praise from All Might. Izuku was ecstatic, having surprised even the seasoned hero with his progress. All Might handed Izuku a phone, showing him a picture from 10 months prior, highlighting how far he had come in his training. Izuku felt overwhelmed, expressing gratitude for All Might's support, but All Might reminded him that it was his own hard work that had brought him this far. With excitement building, All Might prepared to give Izuku a piece of his hair, explaining that it represented the power he had earned through effort. Izuku was taken aback, but there was no time to waste. The entrance exam awaited. Later that morning, students gathered at for the entrance exam. Izuku and I exchanged determined glances, but Bakugo interrupted, dismissing us with his usual bravado. Despite his harsh words, Izuku looked confused, while I felt a blush creeping onto my cheeks. As students recognized me for my past achievements, I remained focused on Izuku, the only one who truly mattered to me. A girl approached, introducing herself as Ochiko Uraraka. We exchanged pleasantries, and she seemed intrigued by both Izuku and me. As we moved into the entrance exam hall, Present Mike began explaining the procedures, his enthusiasm infectious. Izuku was starstruck, while I shared my connection to the heroes with him. Bakugo, however, was less than impressed, dismissing our excitement. Present Mike detailed the exam structure, emphasizing that we would be competing in separate battle centers. Izuku and I were assigned different locations, which frustrated us both. Bakugo's competitive nature shone through as he expressed his disdain for the situation. The exam would involve facing foe villains, with points awarded based on the difficulty of the challenges. A dark-haired boy interrupted, questioning the exam's clarity and calling out Izuku and me for our murmurs. Laughter erupted in the hall, and Izuku muttered an apology, but my anger flared. Activating my water wings quirk, I made my way to the stage beside Present Mike. Taking the microphone, I addressed the crowd, demanding their attention. I called out their behavior toward Izuku, challenging their belief in their hero potential. It was time for them to reflect on their actions and understand what it truly meant to be a hero. Being a hero isn't just about how flashy or strong your quirk is, it's about the strength of your heart. The speaker could tell that almost none of the audience had the heart to be a hero. If they truly did, they wouldn't laugh at someone they deemed beneath them. No one is lower or higher than anyone else. They were all there to prove their potential to be the best heroes they could be, and it all started with character, not quirk. If anyone thought they could waltz in, laugh at someone, and not face consequences, they were mistaken. Those who believed that being a hero was solely about having a strong quirk might as well leave. The speaker emphasized that all the great heroes in society had compassion for those in need of help and protection. True heroes do not mock others, especially those without quirks. The 20% of the population without powers possessed something that many did not: heart. The speaker then asked if there would be any problems, but silence followed. They expressed their thoughts and returned the microphone to Uncle Mike, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze as they returned to their seat. Uncle Mike continued, addressing examinee numbers 7111 and 8978, thanking them for their messages. He explained that the fourth type of villain was worth 0 points, describing it as an obstacle that could become chaotic in confined spaces. While it was not impossible to defeat, there was no reason to do so, and he recommended avoiding it. One of the examinees interrupted, expressing gratitude for the information without acknowledging the speaker, who felt a surge of frustration. Uncle Mike concluded with a quote from Napoleon Bonaparte, stating that a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Together, they shouted the school motto, Plus Ultra. Uncle Mike wished everyone luck, maintaining his carefree demeanor. The speaker had something to discuss with Izuku after the exam and wished him luck as he turned to head to his battle center. As the speaker prepared for their turn at Battle Center C, they reminded themselves to remember their training and maintain control. Suddenly, they felt a tap on their shoulder and turned to see a boy with red spiky hair and red eyes. He complimented the speaker for standing up for their friend, but the speaker, anticipating mockery, challenged him to continue. The boy, 𝗳𝗍𝗄𝗃, was taken aback and clarified that he found the speaker's actions commendable. They introduced themselves, shaking hands, and the speaker noted Kirishima's strong grip. After exchanging well wishes, Kirishima winked, but the speaker's focus remained on Izuku. When the large doors to the battle center opened, the speaker wasted no time and took to the skies, surveying the expansive city designed for the exam. They spotted a three-pointer robot being overwhelmed by other examinees who were exhausting their quirks too quickly. The speaker flew toward the villain, activating their water wings at 20%. With a powerful blast of water shaped like a lightning bolt, they destroyed the robot. Realizing the force of their attack could have harmed others, they quickly flew to save 3 students from the falling debris, apologizing for the near mishap. The students expressed their admiration and gratitude before rushing off to continue their exams. The speaker managed to accumulate 80 more points by taking down robots and assisting those in trouble. With only 2 minutes remaining, The speaker heard a scream nearby and rushed to investigate. They found Kirishima struggling to free a girl with pink skin and hair trapped under a fallen robot. The speaker signaled for Kirishima to step back and activated their water wings at 15%. They created a water WHP, wrapping it around the heavy piece of debris. They instructed Kirishima to hold the girl's hands and wait for the signal. Once the piece was lifted, Kirishima pulled her free, and the speaker checked on her well-being. The girl, 𝗵𝗃 introduced herself and expressed her gratitude to both of them. The speaker introduced themselves as Y/and/L/N, pleased to meet her. "Please, call me Mina," Mina said. The response came from me, "Then you can call me L/N." Just then, 𝗵𝗃 voice echoed, declaring, "Time's up." I mumbled to myself about 𝗵𝗃's flair for dramatic entrances. Kirishima and Mina looked at me in surprise, asking if Present Mike was really my uncle. I explained that while he wasn't my actual uncle, my parents had hosted a massive party when we moved here, inviting all the heroes in Japan. This meant I had personal connections with many of them. I revealed that my parents were the Aqua duo, Aquarius and Aquilina. Kirishima exclaimed how manly that was, while Mina remarked on how cool it must be to have such kind heroes as parents. I nodded, agreeing that they were indeed wonderful. After leaving the battle center, I spotted Izuku waiting for me at the school entrance. I hurried over, apologizing for keeping him waiting, explaining that I had been chatting with some new friends. I then suggested we share what we wanted to say at the same time. We counted down together and confessed our feelings for each other, both surprised and thrilled by the revelation. It felt liberating to express those emotions, and we couldn't help but laugh at our synchronized outburst. As we gazed into each other's eyes, we slowly leaned closer, sharing our first kiss, a moment that felt as magical as the stories we had heard. When Izuku pulled away, he began to ramble, his cheeks flushed. I kissed his cheek gently, causing him to quiet down, though his blush remained. I reassured him that it was okay to take things slow, respecting his feelings. He considered my words before taking my hand and kissing my forehead, expressing his longing to proceed carefully. I agreed, feeling a rush of affection as I called him my broccoli boy, and gave him one last kiss on the cheek before heading home, lost in a daydream. Upon entering my house, I let out a sigh of contentment. My parents greeted me with excitement, eager to hear about my day. I shared how amazing it was and how I felt ready for Class 1A. After a quick shower, I joined them for dinner. I noticed my parents exchanging glances, prompting me to ask if everything was all right. They expressed concern over my day's demeanor when I got home, wondering if I had something to share. My cheeks flushed as my mom teased me about having a crush. Dad asked if I had feelings for someone, and I finally admitted, almost in a rush, that I had a boyfriend named Izuku. To my surprise, my parents looked pleased rather than shocked. My mom mentioned that she had a feeling we would end up together, which left me astonished. They revealed that they had noticed how close we had become and even heard me talking in my sleep. Embarrassed, I protested, but they laughed, assuring me they knew Izuku was a good person, despite his obsession with All Might. I defended him, clarifying that it was more of an obsession than an addiction. Meanwhile, a week after the entrance exam and my confession to N/N, I was having dinner with my mom, staring blankly at my fish. She noticed my distraction and asked if I was all right, hinting that it might be about N/N. I blushed, admitting that we had confessed our feelings but decided to take it slow. My mom was thrilled. After dinner, I sat on the sofa, lost in thought while using a grip strength trainer. I reflected on my performance in the entrance exam, feeling frustrated about my results and my inability to contact All Might. Just then, my mom burst into the room, excitedly announcing that the letter from you had arrived. I felt a wave of nerves wash over me as I took the letter to my room. After a moment of hesitation, I opened it, and a small device emerged, projecting a hologram of All Might. I gasped in surprise. All Might explained that he had been busy with paperwork and revealed that he would be working at you. However, he also informed me that I had scored 0 points on the practical exam, meaning I hadn't passed. I felt a mix of disappointment and frustration at the news. That would be it if that was all there was to it. I am an entertainer as well. First, take a look at this video. All Might announced as a video played, showing the kind girl, 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗧, earnestly pleading with someone for points, refusing to take no for an answer. In addition to now having a quirk, your actions inspired others to act. The entrance exam was not graded solely on villain points. All Might continued, leaving Izuku confused. Even if you ask, you cannot give him your points. Anyway, there's no reason to give him any female listener. Present Mike added, how can a hero course reject those who save others and do the right thing? That would be mere lip service. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points. They are awarded by a panel of judges. It's another essential ability we at U. Evaluate. Izuku Midoriya, 60 points. And Achiko 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗧, 45 points. You both pass, All Might declared. Izuku was in shock, unable to believe he had passed. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. All Might exclaimed. Yes, sir. Izuku replied. After receiving so much help, his life had changed and would continue to do so. Now, his dream of high school life was about to begin. A week after the entrance exam, Izuku was waiting for his letter while meditating. To fully master vocal water manipulation, mind, body, and soul needed to be in harmony, and meditation helped him achieve that. Suddenly, he heard a knock on his bedroom door. He continued meditating but spoke, "Come in." The door opened, and he heard his dad's voice. "Angel, your letter from you is here." Dad exclaimed, and Izuku's eyes shot open. Dad handed him the letter, and he sat down with both parents in the living room as he opened it. Inside, he found a small device, and a hologram of All Might appeared. "I am here as a projection," All Might announced, causing Izuku to giggle. "I don't know if you're alone while watching this, but let's just say that I had some paperwork to do to work at you. But on to the news, young 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗧. I'm very pleased that you've passed the written part with flying colors, and for the practical part, you got 83 villain points. But as you know, the practical exam also counts for rescue points, and you received 75 rescue points. This puts you at the number 1 spot with 158 points, surpassing my score of congratulations, young 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗧, and welcome to your hero academia." All Might stated. "That's my favorite little girl." Uncle Mike exclaimed. "Can't wait to see you, 𝗬𝗧𝗧𝗧, and surprise, I will be your teacher in Class 1A, Uncle Zawa said in his usual monotone voice, though Izuku could sense his pride. The hologram then disappeared, and he screamed with excitement as he ran to grab his phone to call Izuku. Izuku quickly picked up, and Izuku was still squealing. "Izuku, I just got my results, and guess what?" he said excitedly. "I have no doubt that you passed, N/N. How many points did you get?" Izuku asked. "I'm in the top spot. I wonder how Bakugo will react when he hears he's not in the top spot," Izuku said with a smirk. "Wow. N/N, that's amazing. I only got 60 rescue points, and I barely passed the written part, but I still passed." Izuku replied. "We're going to you, they exclaimed in unison. Izuku was excited to share more about his powers. He planned to describe his power moves with water wings. Vocal water manipulation required singing to activate, and it grew stronger with emotional intensity. He had a list of power moves for water wings ranging from 10% to 100%. At 10%, there was Striking Tide, where the user could create feather-like swords to confuse opponents. At 15%, Water WHP allowed the user to capture people or move heavy objects. At 20%, Water Bolt formed a small but powerful lightning bolt of water. At 25%, Aqua Bomb created a water-based explosion, requiring a significant water supply. At 30%, Hydra's wings could create water heads that could ensnare opponents. At 35%, Aqua Jet unleashed a powerful blast of water influenced by the user's emotions. At 40%, Azure Gale combined water and wind for various effects. At 45%, Hydrokinetic Shield formed a strong water shield, with its strength depending on the user's emotions. Finally, at 50%, Waterfall Wings would be revealed, Izuku was eager to explore the potential of his powers and the adventures that awaited him at U. The user possesses the ability to create a massive waterfall that traps anyone who enters it. This power can only be used when absolutely necessary. At 55%, the user can unleash Rainfall Fury, summoning a powerful storm to disorient enemies. This ability is similar to Azure Gale but focuses solely on controlling rain. At 60%, the user gains Ocean's Embrace, a unique power that can heal any injury, even those on the brink of death. Utilizing the healing properties of water, the user encases the injured individual in a bubble that functions like a healing pod. At 65%, Hydroblast becomes available, allowing the user to generate small yet incredibly powerful blasts of water, reminiscent of Izuku's Air Force move but 5 times more potent. At 70%, Cybertide enables the user to hack into any technology, including power lines, provided they are not completely destroyed. The user can access screens, hard drives, and even overhear conversations on the other side of the device. At 75%, Siren Call grants the user the ability to control those around them, guiding them to desired locations. Instead of singing, the user waits for an opening in the target's mind before striking, akin to Shinso's quirk but far more sophisticated. All it takes is a gaze into someone's eyes to establish control. At 80%, Aqua Drone allows the user to spy on distant targets using a water-based drone. This drone can become invisible and silent, responding to the user's commands. The user can see everything the drone observes as long as their eyes are closed. At 85%, Leviathan's flight summons a real Leviathan, with each user of Water Wings gaining their own to command. However, misusing this power can lead to the Leviathan abandoning the user, severing their bond. This ability should only be used in emergencies. To call forth their Leviathan, the user must say, "𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲, I need you, come to me." 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲's Leviathan is named 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲, which means strong in Hawaiian. At 90%, Skyward Surge allows the user to clear the skies of clouds and eliminate evil. This powerful water blast requires both hands and must be used with conviction and a clear heart. At 95%, Tidal Tempest can only be activated when the user's heart, body, and soul are in harmony. This power works during high tide, where the tide responds to the user's command, capable of causing significant damage if misused. Finally, at 100%, Namaka's Blessing represents the ultimate power. Like Tidal Tempest, it requires complete synchronization of heart, body, and soul. When invoked, the user channels the strength of the goddess Namaka, commanding the oceans and its creatures. However, if used recklessly or for malicious intent, the user risks losing their Water Wings powers forever. After a meeting with All Might regarding Izuku found himself excited for his first day. His mother asked if he was ready, to which he confirmed, assuring her he had packed everything he needed. As he rushed to leave, she expressed her pride in him and asked him to convey the same to Y/N. With that, he met up with Y/N outside the U gates, marking the beginning of his high school journey. Izuku and Y/N hurried to their class, aware of the competitive acceptance rate of one in they were divided into 2 classes, one with 21 students and the other with as they searched for Class 1A, Y/N took his hand, guiding him confidently. Upon reaching the classroom, Izuku marveled at its size, wondering if they were in the right place. Y/N reassured him that everything would be fine, and as she opened the door, they were greeted by a commotion. Ida was scolding Kaken for disrespecting school property. Kaken, with his feet on the desk, retorted with a sharp remark. Izuku felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation as he realized the challenges that lay ahead in this prestigious academy. It was them, Ida thought, as silence fell over the room, everyone's gaze shifting to Izuku and N/N. Izuku greeted the group, feeling a bit nervous, while N/N offered a warm good morning to everyone. Ida introduced himself, but Izuku interrupted, introducing himself as well. N/N followed suit, stating their name with a polite smile. Ida acknowledged their presence, noting Izuku's perceptiveness about the practical exam and complimenting N/N on their inspiring speech that had opened many minds, including his own. He admitted that they both seemed far superior to him. Izuku found it hard to believe such praise. Just then, Uraraka entered the classroom, her excitement palpable as she recognized Izuku and 𝗵𝗃𝗏. They shared a friendly hug, and Uraraka playfully recounted a moment from the exam, praising 𝗵𝗃𝗏's impressive punch. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks at the compliment. 𝗵𝗃𝗏, with a hint of pride, mentioned that Izuku was powerful but sometimes lost control. Uraraka was taken aback by the revelation of their relationship, and Izuku confirmed that they had decided to take things slow after confessing their feelings. Uraraka expressed her excitement about the day ahead, wondering about their teachers and what to expect. 𝗵𝗃𝗏, with a knowing smile, assured her that they could share insights about the teachers, signaling for Uraraka to keep it a secret. As they settled into their seats, a low voice interrupted the atmosphere. A figure in a sleeping bag on the floor behind Uraraka spoke, suggesting that anyone there just to make friends should leave. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 smirked, muttering a playful nickname for him. The teacher, Shota Aizawa, introduced himself, unzipping his sleeping bag and consuming an energy jelly pouch. He wasted no time, emphasizing the importance of time and rationality in their studies. He instructed the students to put on track suits and head outside, hinting at a quirk assessment test that would replace orientation. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 thought to themselves about Aizawa's usual approach, knowing that his words about not wasting time were meant to motivate the students. As they donned their track suits and gathered outside, the class erupted in surprise at the unexpected test. Uraraka lamented missing orientation, but Aizawa reiterated the importance of practical experience over tradition. He highlighted 𝗵𝗃𝗏's impressive performance during the entrance exam, revealing their record-breaking score. The class reacted in shock, especially Bakugo, who was visibly frustrated, while Izuku remained composed, already aware of 𝗵𝗃𝗏's abilities. Aizawa then asked about 𝗵𝗃𝗏's throwing distance from junior high, and after a brief exchange, he encouraged them to demonstrate their quirk. 𝗵𝗃𝗏, with a confident smirk, prepared to showcase their water wings quirk. As they concentrated, a powerful jet of water propelled the baseball far beyond expectations, leaving the class in awe. Aizawa noted the importance of understanding their capabilities as future heroes, revealing 𝗵𝗃𝗏's impressive throwing distance on his phone. The students were amazed, and excitement filled the air as they realized the potential of using their quirks freely. Aizawa reminded them that their time at UA would be serious, not just games, as they embarked on their journey to become heroes. Today, the students would compete in 8 physical tests to gauge their potential. Aizawa-sensei informed them that whoever came in last would be expelled immediately, shocking everyone except one student who decided to play along. Aizawa-sensei emphasized that he would decide how the class ran, and if anyone had a problem with that, they could leave. No one moved. Uraraka protested, expressing that it was unfair to send someone home, especially on the first day. Aizawa-sensei countered her concerns by pointing out the unfairness of the world, filled with natural disasters and villains. He reminded them that as future heroes, they needed to combat that unfairness and push themselves to their limits. For the next 3 years, he would present them with one challenge after another. He urged them to go beyond, to show that they belonged there. The first test was the 50-meter dash. Iida and Azui stepped up to the starting line. When the signal sounded, they launched off the blocks, with Iida finishing first in 4 seconds and Azui following at 58 seconds. Uncle Mike announced Iida's quirk, engine, highlighting his incredible speed. Aizawa-sensei remarked that while Iida excelled in speed, it wouldn't help him in every test. Achiko decided to lighten her clothes and shoes using her quirk, Zero Gravity, before her turn. Ojiro and Achiko followed, with Ojiro finishing at 49 seconds and Achiko at 15 seconds. Uncle Mike noted that while Achiko could nullify gravity, overusing her power could make her feel unwell. Next, it was the narrator's turn alongside Aoyama. The narrator crossed the finish line first in 36 seconds, while Aoyama finished at 51 seconds. Uncle Mike introduced Aoyama's quirk, Naval Laser, but noted that he couldn't use it indefinitely. The narrator reflected on the importance of knowing one's limits. Bakugo and Izuku were up next, with 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 using his burst speed to finish at 13 seconds and Izuku at 2 seconds. The grip strength test followed, where Izuku achieved 56 kilograms, the narrator 100 kilograms, and Shoji impressively reached 540 kilograms. During the standing long jump, the narrator, Aoyama, and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 soared over the sand pit, while Izuku struggled, clearly nervous about the possibility of being expelled. The repeated sidestep test was next, with myheroacademia using his quirk to bounce back and forth. In the ball throw, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 achieved an impressive 2 meters, while Uraraka's quirk allowed her to throw with infinite potential. When it was Izuku's turn, Iida expressed concern that if he didn't improve, he would be the one going home. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 dismissed Izuku as a quirkless loser, prompting Iida to remind him of Izuku's achievements during the entrance exam. As Izuku prepared to throw the ball using one for all, Aizawa-sensei used his quirk to prevent him from doing so. After Izuku threw the ball, it landed a few meters away, registering at 46 meters. Confused, Izuku questioned why he couldn't use his power. Aizawa-sensei explained that he had erased Izuku's quirk, stating that someone like him shouldn't be allowed to enroll at U. Izuku realized that Aizawa-sensei was the erasure hero, known for canceling out others' powers. Aizawa-sensei warned Izuku that without control over his abilities, he would be a liability in battle. He compared Izuku's reckless passion to that of another hero who had become a legend but reminded him that without proper training, he would struggle to become a hero. After Aizawa-sensei returned Izuku's quirk, he encouraged him to take his final throw. The narrator recalled a similar conversation with Aizawa-sensei about using their powers recklessly, resulting in a scar from a past incident. The narrator shared the story of their scar with Iida and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, explaining that it was a milestone rather than a defining feature. They emphasized that scars should not define who one is, but rather serve as reminders of growth and perseverance. To be a good hero, one must find balance in mind, body, and soul. As long as you are true to who you are on the inside, it will surely shine through on the outside. Your quirks are unique to you, and it is essential to show the world your true self, not who someone else wants you to be. The class looked at me in awe as I spoke. Myheroacademia, with admiration in his eyes, commented on my angelic nature, but I playfully splashed him with water to keep him at bay. Mina suggested that Angel of Class 1A would be a fitting nickname for me, and surprisingly, even 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 agreed. Izuku threw the ball, achieving an impressive distance of 3 meters, just a fraction higher than 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's score. Despite the pain he felt, he stood tall and determined, clenching his fist. I rushed to him and embraced him tightly, feeling proud of his achievement. This was our first step toward becoming heroes. As the results of the fitness tests were announced, everyone was shocked by Izuku's performance. Kaminari exclaimed in disbelief, and Ochako celebrated his hero-like record. Iida noted the swelling in Izuku's finger, while Aoyama commented on my stylish quirk, making me blush as I turned away. I thought to myself how proud I was of Izuku for surpassing 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁's score and becoming the hero I always knew he could be. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁, frustrated, charged at Izuku, but I was ready to defend him. With a quiet yet firm command, I unleashed my whatifdeku, restraining 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 and surprising everyone with the power of my quirk. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 struggled against the water's grip, realizing he couldn't move. I made it clear that I would protect Izuku just as he protected me. The class cheered for my display of strength, and Uncle Mike proudly announced my quirks to everyone. Izuku approached me, and I checked on his injured finger. He reassured me that he was fine, attributing his resilience to All Might's training. As 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗁 reflected on Izuku's growth, he recalled a time when he viewed him as insignificant. After completing the fitness tests, Aizawa-sensei announced the results, revealing that the lowest scorer would face expulsion. I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me as I saw my name at the top of the list, while Izuku was at the bottom. However, I was relieved to hear that Aizawa-sensei had been lying about the expulsion to push us to our limits. As the class processed the news, Izuku and I shared a moment of pride in each other's accomplishments. Aizawa-sensei instructed me to take Izuku to the nurse's office for treatment. I greeted Recovery Girl warmly, introducing her to Izuku. She expressed her delight in meeting him and quickly tended to his injury with a gentle kiss on his cheek. Afterward, as we prepared to leave, 𝗧𝗵𝗲 was approached by 𝗧𝗧, who inquired about his finger. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 thanked Recovery Girl for her help, still feeling the warmth of her gesture. As we walked down the street together, 𝗧𝗧 shared his thoughts on Izuku-sensei's unconventional methods, and we were soon joined by 𝗧𝗵𝗃, who excitedly called out to us. "Nice to meet you, Uraraka," 𝗧𝗧 said. The next day, Izuku, 𝗧𝗃, and 𝗧𝗧 entered the cafeteria, and they were in awe, but Izuku was not, having been there more times than he could count. After having lunch, they headed to the classroom for Hero Basics training with All Might. All Might burst through the door, announcing his arrival with enthusiasm as everyone cheered. It was clear that he was a beloved figure. He introduced himself as the instructor for Hero Basic training, explaining that the subject involved various methods to learn the fundamentals of being a hero. He excitedly revealed that they would be engaging in combat training that day and presented their new hero costumes, designed based on their quirk registrations and requests submitted before school started. After changing, everyone gathered at ground beta. Izuku put on his hero costume, which fit perfectly, showcasing a color scheme he loved. Everyone else looked fantastic in their costumes, especially Izuku. All Might encouraged them, reminding them that they were now heroes and praising their appearances. 𝗧𝗃 complimented Izuku's costume, calling it goddess-like, while Izuku felt a sense of pride in his chosen hero name, inspired by a goddess he admired. As they prepared for combat training, All Might explained that they would be split into teams of heroes and villains for indoor battles. He emphasized the importance of understanding the basics through this real battle experience, noting that there would be no robots to defeat this time. The heroes needed to capture the villains or retrieve a hidden nuclear weapon, while the villains aimed to protect it. Questions flew around the room, but All Might assured them he would address all concerns. He explained that the teams would be decided by drawing lots, similar to how professional heroes often have to form makeshift teams. After the teams were assigned, Izuku, 𝗧𝗃, and 𝗧𝗧 found themselves together as Team A, facing off against 𝗧𝗧 and Bakugo from Team D. As the battle began, All Might instructed the villain team to set up while the heroes prepared to break in. Izuku quickly devised a plan, deciding to confront 𝗧𝗧 while 𝗧𝗃 and 𝗧𝗧 would handle Bakugo. The initial confrontation with 𝗧𝗧 was straightforward, as Izuku's strength and speed gave him the upper hand. Meanwhile, 𝗧𝗃 and 𝗧𝗧 engaged in a fierce battle with Bakugo, who fought back fiercely. Despite the intensity of the fight, Izuku managed to intervene just in time to prevent Bakugo from causing further harm. Ultimately, Team A emerged victorious, celebrating their success together. Later, Bakugo and 𝗧𝗧 awaited their turn at the villain hideout, with Bakugo expressing frustration over Izuku's quirk and strength. Meanwhile, Izuku, 𝗧𝗃, and their team reflected on the day's events, feeling accomplished and eager for what lay ahead. Izuku acknowledged that his goal, confidence, physical strength, and quirk were impressive, but he felt overshadowed. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 reassured him, reminding him that he possessed something Bakugo lacked: heart. She emphasized that true heroes are recognized for their emotional traits, regardless of victory or defeat. Izuku appreciated her support but expressed his determination not to lose. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 admired Izuku's journey to you, feeling immense pride in him. All Might announced the start of the indoor combat training between Team A and Team D. As they entered the building, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 prepared her hydrokinetic shield just in time to block Bakugo's attack aimed at Izuku. She remarked on Bakugo's predictability before skillfully maneuvering past him to find 𝗧𝗧. Bakugo, undeterred, challenged Izuku, promising not to cause serious harm but to keep him on his toes. Izuku caught Bakugo off guard, using his strength to throw him to the ground. Observers were impressed by Izuku's martial arts skills, while Bakugo struggled to regain his footing. Izuku declared that his nickname, Deku, represented encouragement rather than weakness, recalling their childhood friendship and Bakugo's once unstoppable confidence. As 𝗧𝗵𝗃 stealthily approached, she heard 𝗧𝗧 calling for Bakugo, who was frustrated and uncooperative. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 seized the moment, launching an aqua bolt at 𝗧𝗧, who narrowly dodged it. She teased him about his loudness before challenging him with a signal. As Ida charged, a thick fog enveloped 𝗧𝗵𝗃, complicating his vision. In the observation room, All Might and the other students watched the unfolding battle. They speculated about Bakugo's communication with Ida and noted 𝗧𝗵𝗃's powerful abilities. All Might reminded them that heroes must adapt to their circumstances, prompting the students to rally together with a spirited plus ultra. Meanwhile, Izuku and Bakugo's fight intensified, resembling a real battle rather than mere training. Bakugo attempted to strike Izuku, who cleverly evaded the attack and noted Bakugo's cautiousness. The students continued to observe, commenting on Bakugo's anger and Izuku's impressive performance without relying on his quirk. As Bakugo searched for Izuku, he expressed his frustration, feeling deceived and challenged by Izuku's abilities. In the observation room, All Might reflected on Bakugo's overconfidence. Back in the practice building, Izuku strategized, realizing that their chances of winning were slim if they faced Bakugo and Ida directly. He understood the importance of teamwork and the need to adapt their approach to secure a victory. All that was left for 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was to find the weapon and Ida, and then she would head over for a 2-on-1 fight. That was their strategy for victory, assuming she could hold her own against Kaken. As long as she was cautious of his palms, she could do this, she thought. Meanwhile, Bakugo shouted for Izuku, expressing his frustration. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and Ida were both catching their breath after an intense struggle. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 acknowledged Ida's effort but declared that the fight was over. With the last of her strength, she used her water WHP to encase Ida. Ida admitted defeat but warned her that he would return. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 pressed him for the location of the nuclear weapon, and he revealed it was in the middle of the 5th floor. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 quickly communicated the information to Izuku and Achiko, confirming that Ida had been apprehended. Izuku, positioned almost directly below them, felt the urgency of their situation. They had little time left, and if they ran out, their opponents would win. Achiko encouraged 𝗧𝗵𝗃, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃 insisted that she would handle the weapon, reminding Achiko of the potential danger if it was disturbed. As 𝗧𝗵𝗃 made her way to the 5th floor with Ida still contained, Izuku faced Bakugo, who was preparing to unleash his quirk. Bakugo taunted Izuku, questioning why he wasn't using his own quirk. Izuku steeled himself, determined to confront Bakugo without fear. Bakugo explained that his explosion quirk allowed him to create powerful blasts, and he was ready to demonstrate its full potential. All Might, observing the scene, felt a sense of dread at Bakugo's reckless determination. He shouted a warning, urging Bakugo to reconsider his approach, but Bakugo was resolute, believing that he needed to strike hard to win. As Bakugo launched an explosive attack, Izuku braced himself, knowing he had to find a way to counter. The ground beneath him gave way, and he realized he couldn't dodge the attack. He focused on timing his counterattack, hoping to land a hit on Bakugo. In the observation room, the students watched in shock as the battle unfolded. They were impressed by Bakugo's tactical thinking, noting how he used his explosions to create distractions. All Might struggled with the decision to intervene, recognizing the fine line between teaching and allowing the fight to continue. Izuku, recovering from Bakugo's assault, prepared for another round. He felt the pressure mounting, knowing he had to push himself beyond his limits. As Bakugo charged at him, Izuku activated his quirk, ready to give it everything he had. The emotions between them intensified, revealing a deeper rivalry. Izuku's longing to surpass Bakugo fueled his determination, while Bakugo's relentless drive pushed him to unleash his full power. The clash of their abilities echoed through the arena, a testament to their growth as heroes. "Teacher," Kirishima shouted. All Might intervened, urging everyone to stop, just as 𝗧𝗵𝗃 arrived with a powerful device while Ida remained restrained. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 called out to Izuku and Achiko, and they nodded in agreement. Izuku thought to himself that he still couldn't defeat Bakugo in a one-on-one battle, but he was determined. He unleashed his signature move, Detroit Smash, striking upward and halting Bakugo's attack, sending debris flying from the top of the building. Bakugo, frustrated, shouted that 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had underestimated him from the start. Izuku, struggling with his own limitations, explained that he had hesitated to use his full power because he feared the consequences, as Mr. Izawa had warned him. As the timer ran out, All Might announced that the hero team had won. Izuku fainted from exhaustion, but 𝗬𝗫 caught him just in time to prevent him from hitting his head. She assured All Might that she would take Izuku to Recovery Girl, handing the powerful device to Ochako before lifting Izuku to carry him. 𝗬𝗫 reflected on her situation, feeling the pressure of being close to heroes while wanting to prove herself without relying on their fame. The next day, as she and Izuku walked to school hand in hand, they encountered a group of reporters and camera crews at the gate, trying to interview students. Izuku, still holding her hand, asked what was happening. 𝗬𝗫 explained that they were paparazzi and advised him to keep his head down while she handled the situation. When a reporter approached them, eager to ask about their quirks and experiences with heroes, 𝗬𝗫 firmly stated that they needed to get to class and that the reporters were trespassing. The reporters left, and Izuku complimented 𝗬𝗫 on her way with words, which made her smile. Once in class, Uncle Zawa announced the students' performance during their combat training with All Might. He praised their hard work and shared individual feedback. He acknowledged Bakugo's talent, reminded Izuku about the importance of control over his quirk, and commended 𝗬𝗫 for her dedication and strategic thinking in battles. 𝗬𝗫 felt proud of her progress but recognized the need to balance her abilities. Uncle Zawa then introduced a new task, selecting a class representative and a deputy. The students began suggesting candidates, with Bakugo confidently declaring his intention to be the class rep. Ida suggested a more organized approach, proposing a voting system. Everyone agreed, and after the votes were counted, 𝗬𝗫 emerged as the class representative with the most votes, while Izuku was chosen as the deputy. Standing in front of the class, 𝗬𝗫 expressed her gratitude and emphasized the importance of leading by example, reminding everyone that they were training to become heroes and should not let negativity affect them. That would make them appear as the antagonists while we remain the students we are. The reality is that good people often do nothing when faced with negativity, and trust me, there will be plenty of it. We're Class 1A for a reason, we give our all, and if others can't see that, it's their problem, not ours. We strive to go beyond, plus ultra. As everyone shouted the last two words in unison, the cheer accidentally woke Uncle Zawa from his nap, which was not ideal. I had learned the hard way never to disturb him during his many naps. At lunchtime in the cafeteria, Izuku, Ochako, and Ida sat at a table enjoying our meals. Ochako remarked on how crowded it always was. Ida explained that all the students took their lunch breaks at the same time, leading to the bustling atmosphere. Izuku expressed his worries about being the deputy class representative, feeling he might not be suited for the role. Ochako reassured him, saying she had faith in him, while I encouraged him to be himself and keep smiling. Ida added that Izuku's quick thinking and courage would make him a great leader, which made Izuku smile. Izuku was surprised to learn that Ida had voted for him. When Izuku asked whom I had voted for, I admitted I chose Ida because of his strong sense of rules and hero behavior, though I quietly noted that his methods could use improvement. Ida shared that while he would have liked to be class president, he understood the difference between being suited for a job and wanting it, a lesson learned from studying his family's hero agency. Curious about Ida's family, Izuku asked what they did for a living. Ida downplayed it, but I revealed that his older brother was the hero 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏, which shocked Ida. I explained that my parents knew his brother, and I had become well acquainted with him, though he was the only one I knew personally outside my family. Izuku expressed disbelief at being friends with 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗏's younger brother, and in a moment of affection, I declared my fondness for him, realizing too late how it sounded. Izuku responded with a warm smile, and I kissed him on the cheek, hoping it wouldn't change our friendship. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and a computerized voice announced a campus incident, instructing students to evacuate through emergency exits. A second-year student urged everyone to move quickly. As we made our way to the exit, I spotted the press on campus and pulled Ida toward me, pointing out the situation. We nodded in understanding and used our abilities to reach the top of the exit sign. From our vantage point, I called for everyone's attention, assuring them everything was fine and that it was just the media. Ida echoed my sentiment, urging calmness and encouraging everyone to proceed to class without panic. As we descended from the sign, Ida looked at me curiously when I smiled at him, and I remarked on how well we worked together as a team. He agreed, and we shook hands before returning to class. Once seated, Izuku stood up, announcing he had something to say. He pulled me to the front of the classroom and expressed his doubts about being a good deputy class representative. He acknowledged Ida's leadership qualities, especially how we had worked together to calm everyone during the incident. Izuku proposed that Ida take on the role instead, which surprised me. Ida graciously accepted if that was truly what Izuku wanted, and I praised Izuku for his bravery, giving him a supportive hug. Just then, Uncle Zawa entered the classroom, prompting everyone to return to their seats. He informed us that the security breach had been resolved and announced our afternoon class would take place at an off-campus facility called the USJ, where we would learn to deal with natural disasters, led by him, All Might, and the rescue hero 13. He instructed us to change into our costumes and meet outside in 5 minutes. On the bus ride, I sat next to Izuku, listening to music while resting my head on his shoulder. After a few moments, I felt his head resting on mine, and I snuggled in closer. When the bus stopped, 13, whom I affectionately referred to as Auntie Ainen, stepped on board. Uncle Zawa explained the day's activities as the entire class stepped off the bus, gazing up at the massive facility before them. Auntie Ainen pulled me aside, asking to speak with me privately. She led me into the bathroom, where she embraced me tightly, having not seen me in months. We exchanged updates for a few minutes before she left to rejoin the class, ensuring it wouldn't raise any suspicions. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and electricity crackled around the LED sign that spanned the length of the USJ. Students exchanged worried glances as a purple warp materialized near the fountain at the center of the facility. Aizawa stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the students, while 13 stood beside him. A young man in his early 20s emerged from the warp, his blue hair and unsettling aura making it clear that he was not a friend. Kirishima voiced his confusion, questioning whether the training had already begun. Aizawa warned everyone to stay back, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. The tension escalated when the leader of the League of Villains, Tamura Shigaraki, demanded to know the whereabouts of All Might, the symbol of peace. He suggested that perhaps harming some students would draw All Might out. I stood firm, declaring that he would not harm any of us. As Uncle Zawa engaged the villains, Kirishima expressed disbelief that villains could infiltrate a hero school. Momo raised concerns about the trespasser sensors, and Auntie Ainen confirmed their presence. Todoroki analyzed the situation, noting that the villains had likely planned their attack carefully, indicating they were not as foolish as they seemed. Uncle Zawa instructed Kaminari to use his quirk to contact the school, while I offered to help him fight. Despite our eagerness to assist, Uncle Zawa reminded us that being a hero required more than just one ability. He entrusted 13 with the responsibility of protecting the class. I joined my classmates, urging Izuku to hurry as he was still focused on his analysis. As we made our way to the entrance, a shadowy villain emerged from the ground, blocking our path. The villain introduced himself as 𝗬𝗓𝗓, revealing the League of Villains' intent to confront All Might. 13 prepared to use her quirk, but Bakugo and Kirishima charged in first, attempting to attack 𝗬𝗓𝗓. An explosion erupted as Bakugo's attack met the shadow, creating a cloud of dust that obscured our vision. 𝗬𝗓𝗓 remained unscathed, taunting us about our potential. 13 shouted for Bakugo and Kirishima to move away as 𝗬𝗓𝗓 threatened to scatter and torment us. Shadows enveloped the area, accompanied by a fierce wind that pushed us back. Some classmates managed to escape the Shadow Dome, but many remained trapped inside. I found myself alongside Bakugo and Kirishima in a different room, where several villains were also present. They recognized us as students of All Might School. I challenged them, offering to settle things the easy way or the hard way. They chose the hard way, rushing toward us. I unleashed my wings and prepared to fight. One villain attempted to attack with spiked arms, but I deftly dodged, countering with my Aqua Bolt, which incapacitated one of them. Just as I was ready to confront the next villain, Kirishima intervened with a powerful punch that sent the villain crashing into the wall. I followed up with a strike to finish the job. Bakugo had also dealt with his opponents, and we paused to catch our breath. Bakugo remarked on the weakness of the villains, and I noted their resemblance to common street criminals. We agreed to move quickly to rescue our classmates, realizing that if we were here, the others must still be inside the USJ. We needed to regroup and strategize to ensure everyone's safety. If 13 had been able to absorb that fog, this wouldn't have happened. Kirishima felt the weight of responsibility on their shoulders. He expressed his frustration, stating that they needed to take accountability for their actions. Bakugo, however, was determined to take matters into his own hands. He declared that he would deal with the 𝗵𝗃𝗃 himself, dismissing Kirishima's concerns about the enemy's attacks. As their conversation continued, an unsettling presence made itself known in the room. It was a villain lurking on the roof. The villain interrupted their discussion, but before he could finish his taunt, I swiftly incapacitated him with a bolt of energy and used my whatifdekufanfic to send him flying across the room. Approaching him, I confirmed he was out cold but still breathing, which was a relief. Bakugo and Kirishima joined me, and Bakugo remarked on the weakness of their opponents. Kirishima praised my quick reaction time, and I explained a breathing technique my father had taught me to enhance my senses, a traditional practice from Hawaiian culture. Kirishima, in a light-hearted manner, teased Bakugo about his usual hot-headedness, while Bakugo insisted he was always calm and rational. I suggested it was best to regroup at the main plaza to strategize and assist the others. Bakugo protested, not wanting to follow my lead, but Kirishima rallied behind Bakugo, insisting on sticking together. As we made our way outside, a loud explosion echoed from the entrance of the USJ, signaling 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃's arrival. He was not in his usual cheerful demeanor. We rushed to where 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃 was, only to find him grappling with a large Nomu. Izuku ran to me, seeking comfort, but I reminded him that now was not the time for distractions. I prepared to attack the shadowy villain, launching a jet of water, but it was ineffective as he opened another gate, nearly hitting us. Bakugo, ever impulsive, shoved us aside and confronted the shadow villain, slamming him to the ground. Suddenly, ice erupted from beneath, encasing the Nomu's right side. I turned to see Todoroki, who casually pointed out that we were there to protect 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃 seized the moment to free himself, though he was visibly injured. Bakugo taunted the pinned villain, asserting that the symbol of peace could not be defeated by him. As tension escalated, Tamura Shigaraki, the villain leader, acknowledged their precarious situation. Bakugo analyzed the shadow villain's abilities, deducing that his misty form had limitations. As the villain attempted to move, Bakugo threatened him with explosive force. Shigaraki, unimpressed, noted the effectiveness of our group, remarking on how we made the League of Villains look incompetent. He commanded the Nomu, which began to rise from the shadows, revealing its damaged form. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃 warned us to stay back as the Nomu's wounds began to heal, showcasing its super regeneration abilities. Before we could react, the Nomu charged at Bakugo, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing into a wall. We were taken aback, realizing that 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃 had intervened just in time to shield us. BLD dripped from his mouth as he questioned the Nomu's lack of restraint. Shigaraki, filled with rage, expressed his disdain for the world that labeled violence as either heroic or villainous. He declared that once they defeated 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃, the world would understand the true nature of violence. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃, undeterred, dismissed Shigaraki's claims, standing firm in the face of adversity. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃 confronted the hand villain, recognizing the deceit in his words. The villain narrowed his eyes, realizing that 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃 had uncovered his plan. The odds were stacked against them, 3 heroes against 6 villains. Izuku noted that Kaken had already identified the fog's weakness. Kirishima, ready for action, declared that if they supported 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃, they could hold the villains back. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃 urged them to retreat, extending his arm toward the exit. Todoroki reminded him that he had previously intervened to help. 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗃 acknowledged the assistance but insisted that he could handle the situation, encouraging them to watch as he gave his all. Izuku expressed concern about All Might's injuries, pointing out that even pro-heroes needed help. Shigaraki commanded the Nomu and Kurogiri to attack, dismissing the heroes as mere children. Kirishima shouted that they had to fight back. Suddenly, All Might unleashed a tremendous surge of power. He and the Nomu charged at each other, their fists colliding with a force that sent Shigaraki reeling. Shigaraki questioned All Might about his earlier comments on stock absorption, to which All Might affirmed his words. The two continued to exchange blows, creating a powerful wind that pushed everyone back. Izuku was astonished by the intensity of the fistfight. Fortunately, the wind was so strong that Kurogiri could not use his mist against them. All Might taunted the Nomu, suggesting that if it could withstand his full power, it would have to surrender. He continued to pummel the Nomu, pushing himself beyond his limits. Izuku and I watched in awe as All Might fought valiantly, despite his injuries. As the dust settled, All Might revealed his battered state, acknowledging that he had grown weaker over time. Tears welled in our eyes as he turned to face Shigaraki, stating that they should end this quickly. Shigaraki, frustrated, expressed disbelief at All Might's strength and questioned whether he had cheated. All Might challenged him to come forward, intimidating the villain. Bakugo admired All Might's resolve, while Todoroki noted that a fight seemed unnecessary. Kirishima urged us to leave before we became hostages, but Izuku and I remained, captivated by All Might's struggle against the smoke that surrounded him. Shigaraki, growing more agitated, lamented the absence of the Nomu, while a shadowy figure advised him to remain calm and strategize. They discussed their dwindling time before reinforcements arrived and the possibility of defeating All Might together. As the unconscious villains began to stir, Shigaraki charged at All Might, vowing revenge for the Nomu. In a moment of bravery, Izuku activated his quirk and leaped to protect All Might, attempting to strike Kurogiri. Just as Shigaraki's hand nearly reached All Might, a loud bang echoed, and Shigaraki was injured. Relief washed over me as reinforcements arrived, led by Principal Nizu, who had gathered those available. Ida announced his return, and the heroes quickly organized to protect the students. Shigaraki, realizing the situation had turned against him, began to retreat, but was interrupted by another attack. Kurogiri attempted to shield Shigaraki, but was ultimately overwhelmed by the heroes. The pros then checked on us, ensuring everyone was safe and dealing with the remaining villains. I rushed to Izuku, concerned for his well-being. He expressed his frustration at feeling powerless, but I comforted him, assuring him that he had done well. All Might, in a weakened state, acknowledged our efforts, stating that without the moments we provided, he might not have survived. Izuku expressed his relief that All Might was okay, and I echoed his gratitude. Kirishima joined us, checking on our safety. Suddenly, a concrete wall appeared, separating us from Kirishima as 𝗵𝗃𝗲 instructed everyone to gather at the entrance for safety. We complied, feeling a sense of relief as we took a moment to breathe, thankful that we had made it through the ordeal together. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 walked alongside the #1 hero. All Might, in his civilian form, expressed gratitude, acknowledging 𝗵𝗃𝗲's help. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 teased him about his reckless behavior, to which All Might replied that his actions were necessary to survive against a formidable enemy. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 then noticed Izuku, who appeared upset, glancing away. Concerned, he wondered if Izuku was angry with him. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 reassured Izuku that while his actions were reckless, they were part of what made him who he was, which 𝗵𝗃𝗲 admired. Izuku smiled, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲's tone turned serious as he expressed his fear of losing him. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 hugged Izuku tightly, conveying his deep feelings. Izuku promised he would always be there, sealing it with a gentle kiss. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 mentioned visiting him in class once he recovered, and Izuku nodded before resting his head on 𝗵𝗃𝗲's shoulder and drifting off to sleep. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 then took him to the professionals for care. Later, they gathered at the entrance where the police had arrived. A detective reported on the situation, noting that aside from one boy with severe leg injuries, everyone else seemed unharmed. After some discussions with the police, the detective decided to have the students return to their classroom for now. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 felt a wave of worry wash over him as he thought about Uncle 𝗧𝗏 and Izuku. The detective informed them about the injuries sustained by Mr. Izuku, detailing the fractures but reassuring them that there was no serious brain damage. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 struggled to hold back tears, feeling overwhelmed by the injuries of those he cared about. When asked about 𝗬𝗏, the detective confirmed that 𝗬𝗏 had been treated and would survive, as would 𝗬𝗏𝗃𝗏 and Izuku, who was receiving care from Recovery Girl. The students were anxious about Izuku, but 𝗵𝗃𝗲 managed to calm them down. The detective then instructed everyone to return to their classroom. The following day, after the incident at USJ, life began to return to normal. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 worried about Izuku, Uncle 𝗬𝗏, and Auntie Anan while at home. Back at school, 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧 and 𝗎𝗪𝗀 discussed the news coverage of the incident, with 𝗬𝗪𝗀𝗧 feeling overshadowed. Kaminari and Kirishima commented on the media's sensationalism, while 𝗵𝗃𝗲 shared his frustration about being bombarded with questions from reporters. As the morning homeroom approached, Ida rushed in, urging everyone to take their seats. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 stood to address him, pointing out that they were the only ones standing, which embarrassed Ida. Just then, the door opened, revealing Uncle 𝗬𝗏, bandaged but determined. The students were shocked to see him back so soon, and he reassured them that his well-being was secondary to the ongoing challenges they faced. Uncle 𝗬𝗏 announced that the sports festival was approaching, prompting mixed reactions from the class. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 rolled his eyes, knowing that the festival was anything but a typical school event. Questions arose about the safety of holding the festival so soon after the villain attack, but Uncle 𝗬𝗏 explained that it was a demonstration of U.S. crisis management capabilities and that security would be significantly heightened. He emphasized that the sports festival was an important opportunity that should not be cancelled due to fear. It was the festival of sports, and myheroacademia expressed his excitement as I turned to him, incredulous. He had never seen the U.S. sports festival. Of course, he had, but that wasn't the point. The sports festival was one of Japan's biggest events. In the past, the Olympics were celebrated as a festival of sports, capturing the nation's attention. However, with the changes in scale and population, they had diminished in significance. Now, the U.S. sports festival had taken their place, drawing the attention of top heroes across the country for scouting purposes. I explained that after graduation, it was common to join a pro agency as a sidekick, but many missed their chance to become independent and ended up as eternal sidekicks. I teased Kaminari, suggesting he might be one of them. Joining a famous hero agency would provide more experience and popularity, but time was limited. If anyone wanted to go pro, this event was crucial, offering 1 chance a year, 3 chances in total. No aspiring hero could afford to miss it, and Uncle 𝗬𝗏 emphasized the importance of preparation. As lunch arrived after an engaging class with 𝗵𝗃𝗲, everyone was still buzzing about the upcoming sports festival. I could hear Kirishima, Sato, Shiro, and Tokoyami discussing their strategies. It was clear that everyone was invested in the event. Izuku expressed his apprehension, and I reminded him that this was the biggest school event of the year, broadcast across the country. Everyone would be giving their all, and I had watched the festival every year since I was 5. Ida chimed in, insisting that we should be excited since we were here to become heroes. Tsu commented on Ida's unique way of getting fired up, while Achiko, with a determined expression, declared her intention to do her best at the festival. Izuku was taken aback by her intensity, and Mina questioned why she didn't seem carefree, despite her name meaning just that. myheroacademia attempted to speak but was interrupted by Tsu, who playfully silenced him. Achiko took a fighting stance and reiterated her commitment to giving her all. We all echoed her enthusiasm, though the boys seemed a bit unsure. Kirishima pointed out her fluctuating personality, and she screamed again, but I chose to ignore it. Later, we found ourselves in the hallway next to the staircase, and I asked Achiko why she decided to attend U.S. and become a pro hero. She hesitated, searching for the right words, and when Izuku suggested it was for money, she admitted that, in a way, it was true. She felt embarrassed, especially since we had such noble motivations. I pointed out that her longing to support her family was admirable, and she explained that her family owned a construction company that had fallen on hard times. With her quirk, Becoming a licensed hero could help reduce costs and eliminate the need for heavy equipment. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 expressed her determination to become a hero and support her parents. I found her motivations surprisingly selfless, despite their initial appearance. Suddenly, All Might's voice echoed down the hall, calling out to me and Izuku. He invited us to join him for lunch, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 couldn't help but laugh at his enthusiasm. We eagerly accepted his invitation and followed him to his office. Upon realizing he could only maintain his muscular form for 50 minutes, we were taken aback. He explained that he had overexerted himself in the past, and while he could now maintain his form for a short time, it was a struggle. Izuku began to apologize, but All Might and I laughed, even as he coughed lightly. All Might encouraged Izuku to stop apologizing so much, and he offered him some tea. The conversation shifted back to the sports festival, and All Might inquired about Izuku's progress with One for All. Izuku recalled a moment when he had successfully aimed a smash at a villain without backlash, realizing that he had unconsciously managed to control his power. All Might praised his progress and urged him to drink up, offering tea to me as well. I politely declined, focusing instead on the excitement of the upcoming festival. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 wasn't the biggest fan of tea, she preferred fruit smoothies. She expressed her concerns about the limited time left for All Might as the symbol of peace. All Might, standing by the window, acknowledged her worries about society's reaction after his departure. He revealed that he had granted 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and Izuku his power because he believed in their potential to succeed him. He asked if they still felt the same determination as before, to which they both affirmed. All Might explained that the upcoming 𝗬𝗧 Sports Festival was a significant event that the entire country would be watching. He encouraged them to declare their presence to the world, urging them to shout, "I am here." 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and Izuku were puzzled about how they could do that without the One for All quirk. All Might reminded them of the festival structure, where students from various courses would compete in a series of games, culminating in a round-robin tournament. As their conversation continued, All Might's enthusiasm caused him to fall backward, pulling 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and Izuku down with him. Despite the chaos, he emphasized the importance of showcasing their abilities. He acknowledged their concerns but reminded them of the feelings they had during their time at the beach park. After their meeting, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and Izuku returned to their classroom, only to find the door blocked by a crowd of students from other classes. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and 𝗧𝗪 questioned the intruders, while 𝗵𝘃𝗲 made his presence known, dismissing them as extras. Tensions rose as the students expressed their intentions to scout Class 1A before the sports festival. A purple-haired boy named Shinso declared that he was there to challenge them, stating that he would not hold back. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, trying to maintain peace, introduced herself and apologized for 𝗵𝘃𝗲's behavior. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, however, was unfazed and continued to provoke the other students. As the situation escalated, another student from Class 1B joined in, demanding to hear about their encounter with villains. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 ignored the outburst, focusing on his own ambitions. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 felt the weight of the situation and turned back to Shinso, who confirmed that there was no turning back. She extended her hand, declaring that if they wanted a war, they would have one. She wished him luck, and they shook hands, sealing their rivalry for the upcoming sports festival. The days leading up to the festival were filled with intense training for 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and Izuku. As the morning of the event arrived, they prepared to face what would be one of the most important challenges of their school lives. At 𝗬𝗧, everyone gathered in the waiting room, preparing for the festival. Mina expressed her disappointment about not being able to wear her costume, touching her school suit. Ojiro reminded her that it was to keep everything fair. Sato wondered what the first round would be, while Tokoyami, arms crossed and looking down, stated that they had no choice but to deal with whatever came their way. I encouraged everyone to give their absolute best, reminding them that they were about to show why they were placed in this class. Just then, Ida burst through the door, asking if everyone was ready to enter. Ida's enthusiasm was met with a reminder from me about who the real class representative was, though I appreciated his help. As the time to enter the festival approached, everyone took a moment to breathe and calm down. Todoroki then addressed Izuku and me, stating that he believed he was stronger than both of us. He acknowledged All Might's interest in us but declared his intention to beat us. Kirishima interrupted, confused by Todoroki's sudden challenge, but Todoroki insisted that they weren't there to play friends. Izuku, trying to be humble, admitted that he saw Todoroki as more capable. I advised Izuku not to speak negatively about himself, but he expressed his determination to keep up with the other students. Todoroki agreed, and I declared that I was ready for the challenge, stating that I wouldn't use my vocal water manipulation during the festival to prove my point. The atmosphere in the room thickened with tension as I declared it was time to show the school what they were made of. As we entered the arena, 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗄𝗧 voice boomed, announcing the start of the 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 sports festival. He hyped up the audience, drawing attention to our class as the miraculous new stars. Izuku was visibly nervous, and I took his hand to reassure him. Iida reminded everyone that performing in front of so many people was part of their training to become heroes. Kirishima felt the pressure, while Bakugo seemed more excited than nervous. I addressed everyone, encouraging them to remember that the audience was there to watch them as future heroes. This was a chance to prepare for real-life situations where civilians would be watching. I urged everyone to relax and take a deep breath. Uncle Mike continued introducing the other classes, and soon all the first-year students gathered at the center of the arena, where we met a peculiar pro-hero. Midnight, or Auntie Nomuri as I called her, announced the player pledge. Kirishima commented on her outfit, while Kaminari and Tokoyami shared their thoughts on its appropriateness. I smiled to myself, knowing that was just Auntie Nomuri being herself. Midnight called for quiet and introduced me as the representative from Class 1A. I flew up to the stage, greeted warmly by Auntie Nomuri, who reassured me about my concerns. I addressed the crowd, pledging to do my best and encouraging everyone to show the world what they could do. The audience erupted in cheers, and Auntie Nomuri declared it was time to get started. She introduced the first event, an obstacle race, explaining that all 11 classes would participate in a 4-kilometer course around the stadium. The excitement built as everyone took their places at the starting line, a huge red gate looming ahead. As the countdown began, I focused on the race ahead, reminding myself that I could do this. When the signal was given, I took off, flying but holding back just enough to give others a chance. The race was on, and the thrill of competition filled the air. Uncle Mike asked if Mummy Man was ready to do the commentary. Uncle 𝗬𝗂 replied that he was the one who had been forced to come. Uncle Mike urged them to get started right away and inquired about what to pay attention to in the early stages. Uncle 𝗬𝗂 pointed out the current scene. Suddenly, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 noticed ice forming behind them as Todoroki began running, creating more ice as he moved. Many students got stuck, but a few managed to escape, including Momo and Bakugo. Momo called out to Todoroki, expressing her determination not to let him get away easily. Bakugo, fueled by his competitive spirit, propelled himself forward with his quirk, declaring his intent to catch up. Mineta, jumping from his sticky ball on the ground, boasted about outsmarting Todoroki and prepared to unleash his special attack when a sudden robot appeared and sent him flying. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 stopped to stare at the giant robots, reminiscent of the zero-pointer from the entrance exam. Uncle Mike announced the unexpected appearance of obstacles, starting with the first barrier, Robo Inferno. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 groaned, questioning how they had appeared so suddenly but prepared to attack. Before 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 could make a move, one of the robots struck first. Ice sparkled from Todoroki's hand as he created a large field of ice that immobilized the robot, clearing the way. Uncle Mike praised Todoroki's elegant and strategic actions, noting that he was the first to advance. As the dust settled, another wave of robots blocked their path again. Concerned voices echoed about students being trapped underneath and the potential danger. A loud bang came from one of the robot's pieces, and Kirishima emerged from inside, declaring that he wouldn't die. Uncle Mike shouted in surprise at Kirishima's resilience. Another figure emerged from the robot, the angry student from Class 1B, who expressed his frustration with Class 1A. With Bakugo, Siro, and Tokoyami flying past the robots, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 took the initiative to move forward, though smaller robots still lay ahead. Spotting a medium-sized robot, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗄𝗧 prepared to attack, launching 2 aqua bolts that caused a spectacular explosion. Uncle Mike exclaimed about 𝗬𝗵𝗃𝗁's impressive performance as she maintained her lead. Next, a group of 0-pointers loomed ahead, too large for 𝗬𝗵 to defeat directly. Suddenly, they were destroyed by something launched at them. Turning around, 𝗬𝗵 saw Momo with a cannon by her side. With the robots cleared, they continued the race to the next area, the fall. Uncle Mike announced the challenge, emphasizing the stakes of falling out of the race. 𝗬𝗵 flapped her wings to gain speed, while Todoroki quickly took the lead. As they navigated the ropes, the final obstacle came into view, a minefield. Uncle Mike explained that the mines were visible and designed for the competition, not dangerous but loud enough to startle anyone. Everyone had to tread carefully, but Bakugo flew towards Todoroki and 𝗬𝗵, managing to get ahead of Todoroki but still behind 𝗬𝗵. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed nearby, prompting Uncle Mike to speculate whether it was an accident or intentional. 𝗬𝗵 thought of Izuku as Bakugo, furious, propelled himself toward him, using explosions to gain speed. Todoroki created an icy path to run safely. 𝗬𝗵 maintained her lead, watching the chaos unfold behind her. Izuku began to lose speed, and as he threw his board to the ground, 𝗬𝗵 quickly moved aside. The impact triggered the mines beneath, causing a few to explode and launching Todoroki and Bakugo to the sides while propelling Izuku forward. With Bakugo and Todoroki momentarily behind, 𝗬𝗵 urged everyone to run as fast as they could. Uncle Mike announced that Midoriya had swiftly blocked Bakugo, clearing the minefield in an instant. In the back, Todoroki and Bakugo regrouped and chased after 𝗬𝗵, their speed increasing. Uncle Mike praised the class's performance, while Uncle Zawa humbly noted that they had motivated each other. The final stretch consisted of a long tunnel, similar to the beginning of the race. 𝗬𝗵 raced down the tunnel, with Todoroki and Bakugo closing in fast. As the light at the end of the tunnel appeared, 𝗬𝗵 felt the excitement of nearing the finish line. Uncle Mike remarked on the unpredictable developments of the race, while 𝗬𝗵 glanced back to see Bakugo and Todoroki almost upon her. Now it was all up to them. Bakugo and Todoroki passed by, their target now Izuku Midoriya. Uncle Mike announced that the first person back in the stadium was that man. Izuku crossed the red gate, and Uncle Mike exclaimed that Izuku Midoriya had made a huge splash. Izuku had won the obstacle race, with me crossing the finish line right after him, followed closely by Bakugo and Todoroki. I dropped to my knees, breathing heavily as my legs trembled. After catching my breath, I stood up to see Izuku in tears. He looked at me and then hugged me tightly, lifting me off the ground and spinning me around before setting me back on my feet. He asked why I had let him win. I reassured him that I hadn't let him win. He had earned it all by himself. I admitted that I had gotten a little distracted, but I was so proud of him. After the spectacular finish to the obstacle race, the rest of the first years were crossing the finish line. A few meters away, Bakugo was breathing heavily, likely from overusing his quirk. Uncle Mike stated that they would compile the results later but praised everyone for their hard work. Achiko rushed over, excitedly congratulating us for our performance. Izuku was surprised to see her, and she beamed with pride, noting that she had come in first place and that we had done amazing. I suggested she take a few deep breaths to avoid passing out, wrapping my arm around her shoulder. I noticed Momo arriving, out of breath from the obstacle race. I asked if she was okay and if she needed some water. She nodded and I quickly offered help. It turned out Mayonetta was stuck on the back of her PE shirt, boasting about his cleverness. I used my water WHP to free him, and Momo thanked me with a hug. A few minutes later, Midnight was ready to announce the next game and the results of the obstacle race. She declared that the first game for the first year stage was over and revealed the results. The top 42 had made it through to the next round, and she encouraged those who hadn't to not worry, as there would be other chances to shine. The real competition was about to begin, and she announced the next game with excitement. As she explained the rules of the cavalry battle, she noted that participants could form teams of 2 to 4 people. Each team would have a point value based on the results of the previous game. The points assigned would increase by 5 starting from the bottom, with first place earning a staggering 10 million points. Everyone turned to Izuku, realizing he was now the main target. I whispered to him that I would have his back. Midnight continued explaining the rules, emphasizing that the time limit was 15 minutes. Each team would try to grab each other's headbands while keeping as many points as possible. Stolen headbands had to be worn visibly, making it more challenging to manage them. She warned that even if a headband was stolen, participants were not out of the game. The timer was set, and she instructed everyone to build their teams. After the 15 minutes, our team was formed: Izuku, Achiko, Tokoyami, and me. When the game started, Izuku asked if everyone was ready, and we all shouted in agreement. Suddenly, the ground beneath us turned into quicksand, a trap set by another team. I called out for Izuku to use his jetpack, and we were blasted into the air. Tokoyami managed to snag points from Jiro's team, impressing us all. As we landed, I noticed 𝗵𝗃𝗲 stealing points from 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗵𝗃, and the chaos of the battle for headbands intensified. Uncle Mike commented on the wildness of the fight, and just then, Shoji came running toward us, but something held me and Achiko in place, preventing us from moving. As I glanced back at Shoji, I noticed myheroacademia waving at us. Frustration bubbled within me at the sight of that mischievous rascal when suddenly, Tsu's tongue shot out, aiming for our headbands. In the midst of this chaos, myheroacademia began tossing his hairball our way. I quickly called out, activating my quirk. Water Wings, 45% hydrokinetic shield. A dome-like barrier formed around us, providing a momentary respite. I urged my teammates to clear off the hairball while I maintained the shield. An idea sparked in my mind. I created a small opening in the shield and aimed my hand at Shoji, smirking as I unleashed my next move. Water Wings, 25% aqua bomb. The water-based explosion knocked everyone off their feet, causing me to drop the shield just as Dark Shadow swooped in to snatch their headbands. Great job, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 Izuku praised, while Achiko added, yeah, nice shot. I thanked them, but my relief was short-lived as I spotted Bakugo hurtling toward us, ready to unleash his explosions. Fortunately, 𝗬𝗪 intervened, using his tape to pull Bakugo back to the ground. 7 minutes had passed, and we still held the coveted 10 million headband. Victory was within reach, but we couldn't afford to relax just yet. Bakugo's headband was suddenly taken, leaving his team with 0 points, thanks to 𝗵𝗃𝗲's interference. I caught Bakugo's furious shout, "Kirishima, change of plans, let's take them all down." His anger was palpable, and while it didn't guarantee he'd target us first, it was a reminder to stay vigilant. As the cavalry battle entered its second half, the intensity ramped up, just as it did every year. I addressed my teammates, emphasizing the need for constant vigilance. Izuku, Achiko, and Tokoyami nodded in agreement. Todoroki had managed to collect a few headbands, but his focus was clearly on me and Izuku. Ida charged toward us, while Momo conjured a protective blanket over herself, Todoroki, and Ida. Kaminari unleashed an electric attack, but I quickly raised my shield just in time. Most of our opponents were affected, but thankfully, Todoroki, Momo, Ida, Izuku, Achiko, Tokoyami, and I remained unscathed, though Kaminari seemed to be struggling. Taking advantage of the chaos, Todoroki froze the ground, but I anticipated this and lifted my team into the air before we could be trapped. Todoroki managed to snag a few headbands from other teams, including one from a girl named Kendo. As we landed, the shield dropped, and Dark Shadow prepared to engage, but Momo intercepted him with a cinder block. Tokoyami warned me that Kaminari posed a significant threat to Dark Shadow due to the nature of their quirks. Dark Shadow, despite being a creature of darkness, was averse to violence and became timid in its presence. Suddenly, Bakugo's furious shout broke through my thoughts. He aimed an explosion at 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who narrowly dodged and managed to touch Bakugo without him realizing. In an instant, an explosion erupted from 𝗵𝗃𝗲's hand, catching Bakugo off guard. I pieced together that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 must possess a copycat quirk, requiring contact to replicate another's abilities. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 then touched Kirishima, and when he launched another explosion, he had hardened his arms and part of his face. Just then, a liquid substance flew toward Bakugo's team, appearing to solidify, perhaps cement. Back with my team, Todoroki's group confronted us, and we exchanged determined glances. Todoroki spoke to Ida, who shouted, "Recipro burst." I pushed everyone down, but Todoroki managed to grab my headband. Despite this, we still held the 10 million headband. I smirked at Todoroki, who realized he hadn't secured the top prize. "Thinking on your feet is crucial, Todoroki," I remarked as I dashed toward him, snatching a headband worth 750 points. I returned to my team, still grinning. "Think fast," I teased. "L/N," Todoroki growled, his frustration evident. I continued, "You can try to catch me off guard, but you'll never succeed. That's what happens when you're trained by parents who truly support your dreams. Come on, give it your best shot." Even as I taunted him, I felt a pang of sympathy for Todoroki, knowing the struggles he faced with his father. Bakugo had managed to score points from Monoma, putting him in third place, while Todoroki's team held second, and 𝗬𝗪's team remained in fourth. Team Midoriya still led with 10,007,175 points. Time was running out, and Bakugo was determined to claim the top spot. I wouldn't let him, nor would anyone else, especially Todoroki. Bakugo continued to gain points, moving into second place, with Todoroki in third and 𝗬𝗪 in fourth. Todoroki approached me, his left side igniting with flames, but he extinguished them upon seeing my resolve. I pressed forward, managing to grab a 70-point headband. The crowd erupted with excitement, and I could hear my parents cheering for me. With only 11 seconds left in the cavalry battle, if anyone wanted to make a move, it had to be now. Todoroki's team charged forward, along with Bakugo. Auntie Namuri announced that time was up. Bakugo stumbled and fell flat on his face, leading to our victory. The top 4 teams advancing to the next part of the sports festival were Team Tetsutetsu in fourth place, Team Bakugo in third, Team Todoroki in second, and Team Midoriya in first. Izuku couldn't contain his excitement as he shouted about our win, pulling me and Tokoyami into a big hug alongside Ochako. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the heroes watching were equally enthusiastic, though they couldn't openly express their admiration for me. I caught the gaze of Endeavor, the hot-headed pro-hero, and couldn't help but smirk. He glared at me for outshining his perfect masterpiece, but it was Todoroki who was holding back on his water wings power. Todoroki was trying to prove he could be a hero with his fire quirk, but he needed to realize that his fire quirk belonged to him, not his father. If he could see it as a strength rather than a burden, he would become a great hero. He might not show it, but he was already surpassing his father in one important aspect: having a heart. He struggled to release the anger and resentment he felt toward Endeavor, often directing it at others, and I just wanted to push his buttons a little. My attention shifted to Hawks, or 𝗬𝗪𝗏 as I called him, the youngest pro-hero at just 18, who hadn't even attended you. I could see pride in his eyes, and I nodded in respect. He returned the gesture, and then I spotted Uncle Zawa and Uncle Mike cheering for me from the sidelines. Uncle Mike was particularly enthusiastic, unable to hide his excitement. With the cavalry battle concluded, it was time for lunch, but soon the one-on-one battles would begin, leading to the crowning of a champion. After lunch, I noticed I was the only girl from my class on the field, which sparked a thought. The girls appeared in cheerleading uniforms, and I sensed trouble. Uncle Mike exclaimed loudly about the situation, and I pinched the bridge of my nose, realizing Kaminari and Mineta were behind this. I confronted them, ready to unleash my water ball, while the girls reacted with anger. Momo shouted at the boys for tricking them, and Ochako pulled her away to the girls' locker room. I warned Kaminari and Mineta that they would regret their actions if we faced off in the upcoming battles. Uncle Mike rallied the crowd, announcing the start of the one-on-one battles, emphasizing the importance of self-reliance in these matches. The first round featured various matchups, including Izuku against Shinso. As I walked through the corridor, I found Izuku looking nervous. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and offered him a crucial piece of advice about Shinso's quirk. I encouraged him, expressing my love and confidence in him. As the first fight began, 𝗵𝗃 introduced Izuku and Shinso, explaining the rules. I couldn't help but mutter about 𝗵𝗃's tendency to overshare. The tension in the arena was palpable as the battle commenced. I cheered for Izuku, confident that he would follow my advice and avoid responding to Shinso's taunts. However, as the match progressed, Izuku remained silent despite Shinso's attempts to provoke him. Just when it seemed like he was in control, Shinso's words began to affect him. I watched in horror as Izuku's expression shifted from shock to genuine anger. I shouted a warning, but it was too late. Izuku's eyes went blank, and his body froze mid-charge, leaving me anxious about what would happen next. He stood there, staring in disbelief. Was this Shinso's quirk at work? Despite his quiet demeanor until now, could the general studies student really be that intimidating? 𝗵𝗃 exclaimed. As soon as Shinso spoke again, Izuku turned away, beginning to walk toward the edge of the ring. 𝗵𝗃's voice rang out, urging him to snap out of it. I shouted encouragement, reminding him that they were on the path to becoming heroes together. It felt unfair for him to lose this way, but a quirk was a quirk, it wasn't against the rules. I closed my eyes, unable to watch. 𝗵𝗃's voice broke through my thoughts, announcing that the Midoriya boy had stopped just in time to avoid stepping out of bounds. I opened my eyes, seeing Izuku looking breathless, shocked, and relieved all at once. I noticed the discoloration on 2 of his right fingers. Had he used his quirk and injured himself while under Shinso's influence? Ojiro expressed his surprise, while Bakugo, as always, was frustrated and demanded to know how Izuku managed to break free. Once he caught his breath, Izuku charged at Shinso, taking a punch to the face but pushing back fiercely. Shinso, however, wasn't going down without a fight. He struggled to regain control, trying to provoke Izuku again, but this time, my cousin appeared more sympathetic and understanding. Shinso shouted angrily, pushing his hand toward Izuku's face. A poor choice, as Izuku was skilled in close combat. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku grabbed Shinso's arm and executed a powerful throw, sending his opponent crashing to the ground. Auntie Namuri declared Izuku the winner, advancing to the next round. 𝗵𝗃 cheered for both competitors, praising their efforts. Achiko celebrated Izuku's victory, while Ida quietly expressed his disbelief that Izuku had almost lost. Ojiro acknowledged the miraculous comeback, and Shiro prepared for his own match against Todoroki, wishing everyone luck. I searched for Izuku and found him in tears. I comforted him, asking why he wasn't celebrating. He confided that he felt heartbroken. I suggested they see Recovery Girl for his fingers before discussing things further, and he nodded, sniffling against my shoulder. After Izuku received treatment, I led him to a quiet spot in the arena to talk. I asked what had happened during the match. He admitted to feeling less tense now and mentioned that he could relax for a while before my fight. I pressed for details about how he had broken free from Shinso's control and what had triggered it in the first place. Izuku explained that Shinso had become bolder with his words, starting with insults about his appearance as a future hero, which hadn't affected him. However, when Shinso began to talk about me, I became intrigued. Izuku confirmed that Shinso had insulted me, and I wondered if it had really been that hurtful. Leaning in closer, Izuku whispered that Shinso had claimed to know about our relationship, suggesting that he believed Izuku didn't deserve me and that he did. My eyes widened in shock, a mix of anger and embarrassment flooding over me. Izuku reassured me that Shinso hadn't meant it, but I struggled to believe that someone could say such hurtful things without meaning them. Izuku acknowledged that it was a cruel thing to say, but he had gotten angry enough to respond. He mentioned that Shinso had apologized afterward, which I sarcastically noted was wonderful. Izuku explained that Shinso simply wanted to win. Grateful for Izuku's honesty, I thanked him, and he pulled me into a comforting hug. He promised we would never keep secrets from each other, and we sealed our agreement with a handshake. After our conversation, I prepared to face Ida in the next match. Izuku walked me to the door, offering encouragement as he rubbed my back. I took a deep breath, feeling the pressure of my family and the heroes watching. Izuku urged me to show everyone what I could do, reminding me that all they wanted was for me to give it my all. I teased him about his newfound comforting skills, to which he jokingly credited his mother before admitting it was me who taught him. He expressed his love for me and wished me luck, pulling me in for a brief embrace before I headed to join my classmates for the final fight of round 1. On the left stood the boy who was as fast as a jet, Class 1A's deputy representative, 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗬. Uncle Mike announced his arrival as 𝗧𝗬𝗍 stepped onto the platform. On the right was the girl who was as fast as she was powerful, Class 1A's angel and class representative, 𝗬𝗍𝗍𝗐𝗍. Uncle Mick's excitement was palpable as I flew up to face 𝗧𝗬𝗍 on the platform. 𝗧𝗬𝗍 declared that although I had won last time, he would emerge victorious this time. I smirked and replied that he shouldn't count his cylinders before they fired. Auntie Namuri shouted for the match to begin, and I allowed 𝗧𝗬𝗍 to make the first move. He charged at me, but I executed a backflip over him at the last moment, causing him to come to a screeching halt. Uncle Mike cheered for my impressive maneuver. I summoned fog around me, maintaining visibility of 𝗧𝗬𝗍, and taunted him about his inability to fight if he couldn't see me. 𝗧𝗬𝗍 retorted that the fog wouldn't shield me from him, and I attempted to strike with my aqua bolt, narrowly missing him. 𝗧𝗬𝗍 warned me not to announce my moves, then launched himself at me with his recipro burst. I backflipped over him again, narrowly avoiding the out-of-bounds area. I could sense his fatigue while I remained relatively fresh. In the crowd, I heard my parents discussing my strategy. My father questioned why I wasn't using vocal water manipulation, while my mother suggested I was giving my opponent a chance. She noted that I was growing up and not their little girl anymore, to which my father expressed concern. As I got distracted by their conversation, 𝗧𝗬𝗍 seized the opportunity to grab me and push me toward the out-of-bounds line. I quickly countered with Aqua Jet, blasting him away from me. Though I didn't hit him directly in the chest, the force sent him flying backward, yet he managed to stay in bounds. Uncle Mike commented on my quick thinking despite the distraction. I announced my intention to finish the fight and unleashed a series of hydroblasts, knocking 𝗧𝗬𝗍 backward with each hit until the final blow sent him out of bounds. Auntie Namuri declared that 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗬 was out of bounds and that I advanced to the next round, prompting cheers from the audience. I bent over, hands on my knees, feeling the strain of the battle. I realized I had pushed myself beyond my limits and used my wings to glide to the corridor, where I quickly drank from my water bottle. I soon heard the familiar footsteps of my parents and Izuku approaching. My father expressed concern for my well-being, noting that I seemed a bit woozy. I explained that I had to push myself in the fight. He questioned why I hadn't used my vocal water manipulation, and I recounted how Shoto Todoroki had challenged me and I couldn't let his mockery stand. My mother reminded me to be cautious, as I could have passed out. I acknowledged their concerns, explaining that after the USJ incident, I felt the need to be more vigilant, especially with Tamura Shigaraki still a threat. My father reassured me that they were working hard to keep everyone safe. Izuku reminded me to focus on the upcoming fight, as I was in the Final Four. After watching a few more matches, I noted that Izuku had lost to Tokoyami, leaving me to face Todoroki, Bakugo, and Tokoyami in the Final Four. I observed the intense battle between Bakugo and Tokoyami closely, knowing I might face one of them in the finals. I recognized Bakugo's fighting style, which combined chaos and precision, while Tokoyami utilized his dark shadow for both close and long-range attacks. Bakugo managed to pin Tokoyami down, and Auntie Namuri announced that Tokoyami had given in, allowing Bakugo to advance to the final round. I made my way down the corridor, preparing for my next challenge as I approached the entrance to the field. 𝗬𝗍𝗍 stretched her wings and body, feeling a hot aura behind her. Endeavor had finally shown up, and she couldn't help but express her thoughts. She was curious if he was there to boast about his masterpiece, and how it would defeat her. She made it clear that unless Todoroki used his fire, he wouldn't stand a chance against her. With her water wings, she had a strategy that would keep him from winning. She wasn't trying to be arrogant, she was simply stating the facts. She pointed out that Endeavor was lost in a fantasy where Todoroki would use his fire as he wished, and she saw him for who he truly was, a flawed man, husband, and father. If her upbringing had been different, she would have exposed him to the world. With that, she excused herself, ready for the fight ahead. The announcer, Uncle Mike, introduced the competitors for the second round of the semifinals. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 flew onto the platform, greeted by cheers from the crowd, while Todoroki approached from the opposite side, his gaze sharp and determined. Auntie Namuri signaled the start of the match, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 declared her readiness with a confident smirk. Todoroki initiated the battle with an ice attack, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃 countered with her water wings, shattering his ice. The crowd erupted in excitement as Uncle Mike exclaimed her impressive move. She followed up with a powerful aqua jet, forcing Todoroki back, but he quickly regained his footing with another ice barrier. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 skillfully used her hydrokinetic shield to protect herself from his relentless ice attacks. As the fog enveloped the arena, she seized the moment to shatter his ice once more, pushing him dangerously close to the edge. Uncle Mick's voice rang out, highlighting her strategic prowess. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 noticed Todoroki's trembling form. He was nearing his limit. It was time to provoke him into using his fire. She taunted him, questioning his hesitation to unleash his full potential. Todoroki insisted he could win without it, determined to prove he didn't need his father's influence. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 challenged his beliefs, asserting that his quirk was his own, not just a reflection of endeavor. She shared her own struggles of living in the shadows of her parents' legacies, emphasizing that she embraced both sides of her abilities. Her words ignited something within Todoroki, and she could see his left side ablaze with flames, towering over the arena. Encouraged, she urged him to come at her with everything he had. As they charged at each other, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 unleashed her aqua jet, but Todoroki blocked it and combined his ice and fire for a powerful attack. Though it was formidable, her shield held strong as she expanded it rapidly. When the smoke cleared, she saw Todoroki had been pushed out of bounds, securing her place in the finals against Bakugo. Uncle Mike announced her victory, but as she looked back, she saw Todoroki fall. Concerned, she rushed to his side, kneeling beside him. She noticed BLD on her arm where his head rested, realizing he had sustained an injury from the impact. Panic set in as she exclaimed her worry, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. She lifted him gently and hurried out of the arena, ignoring the cheers and shouts around her. I rushed to Grandma Chio and laid Todoroki on the bed. She looked concerned and asked what had happened. I felt overwhelmed with guilt as I explained that it was my fault. I had expanded my shield too quickly, causing him to hit his head on the ice. Tears streamed down my face as I apologized to him. Grandma Chio reassured me, reminding me that it was the sports festival and that Todoroki had come to her after his last fight with a more battered arm than head. I understood her point, but the guilt lingered. I didn't want to hurt him, I didn't want to win that way. Just then Izuku, Mom, Dad, and Endeavor entered the room. Izuku rushed to my side, and I cried into his shoulder, repeating that it was my fault. Dad comforted me, saying I did the right thing by bringing Todoroki to Recovery Girl, and that they were proud of me. After breaking the hug, I felt Endeavor's intense gaze on me. I looked up to see his stern expression. He expressed his disappointment, warning me that if Todoroki couldn't fight because of me, he would ensure that he would never become a hero. Dad immediately stepped in, making it clear that he wouldn't tolerate anyone threatening me or my future, even if that person was the number 2 pro hero. Just then, I heard Todoroki's voice as he stirred awake. I was relieved to see him conscious and asked how he was feeling. He reassured me that he was okay and acknowledged my victory. I reminded him that being a hero was about more than just winning. It was about what was in his heart. I pointed to his chest, explaining that he had a bigger heart than his father and that he should follow it to become a better hero. Mom praised my words, and Dad and Izuku agreed. I then suggested we grab lunch before my next fight with Bakugo, and everyone except Endeavor raised their hands in excitement. I promised to bring Todoroki some lunch later. He then asked me to call him Shoto, and I happily agreed. After lunch, I was surprised when Shoto pulled me aside to talk. He mentioned wanting to discuss Izuku without him around. He expressed his concerns about Izuku's connection with All Might, suggesting it might be more than just a teacher-student relationship. I couldn't help but laugh at his wild theory, but Shoto remained serious. I reassured him that Izuku was not All Might's child. He simply had a quirk similar to his. Shoto then revealed that his parents had a quirk marriage aimed at creating the perfect child, which led to a painful upbringing for him. I felt a wave of sympathy for him and hugged him tightly, realizing how much he needed comfort. Shoto admitted that he hadn't been hugged in years and appreciated the warmth of our embrace. I promised him that I would always be there for him, just as I had been for Izuku during tough times. After a few moments, Shoto thanked me for listening, and I encouraged him to get back to his fight, reminding him that I had a plan to win not just the match but the hearts of everyone in the stadium. As I prepared for my entrance to the arena, I took a deep breath and reminded myself that I could do this. Uncle Mike announced my name, calling me the Angel Warrior, and I felt a rush of determination. The final fight was about to begin, and I was ready to face Bakugo. Bakugo wasted no time, but 𝗳𝗏 managed to dodge. Uncle Mike shouted that Katsuki would never win like this. 𝗳𝗏 stated that it was surprising to call him by his first name, which he had never done before. Bakugo, shocked, responded angrily, questioning why 𝗳𝗏 thought they could speak so casually. 𝗳𝗏 remained unfazed and declared their intention to demonstrate a powerful technique. As the music began to play, 𝗳𝗏 felt the rhythm and started to sing about Bakugo's determination and anger. Bakugo charged forward with a right hook, but 𝗳𝗏 caught his arm and flipped him over, causing him to land on the ground with a grunt. 𝗳𝗏 continued to sing, encouraging Bakugo to find a different motivation to succeed. Bakugo shouted in frustration, demanding to know who 𝗳𝗏 thought they were talking to. 𝗳𝗏 acknowledged Bakugo's thirst for victory but emphasized that he needed to fight for love. With incredible speed, 𝗳𝗏 flew around Bakugo, catching him off guard with a water blast to the back. They pinned him down, but he kicked 𝗳𝗏 off. 𝗳𝗏 gracefully caught themselves midair with their wings. 𝗳𝗏 noticed a change in Bakugo's expression, as if he was thinking of someone important. They flew at him again, managing to pin him once more. However, Bakugo quickly regained his focus and retaliated with relentless attacks. 𝗳𝗏 skillfully captured his strikes in a water bubble and then launched it back at him, causing an explosion that knocked him to the ground. 𝗳𝗏 pinned Bakugo again, asking if he had enough and if he would give in. Bakugo responded with a powerful explosion that sent 𝗳𝗏 flying back. Once their vision cleared, 𝗳𝗏 saw Bakugo charging at them with smoke billowing from his hands, preparing for a fierce attack. 𝗳𝗏 quickly summoned a hydrokinetic shield just in time to withstand the force of Bakugo's move. As the smoke dissipated, 𝗳𝗏 dropped the shield and realized Bakugo had gone out of bounds. They had won the sports festival. The announcers declared 𝗳𝗏 the winner, and as they approached Bakugo, they were taken aback to see him tearing up. Concerned, 𝗳𝗏 reached out, but Bakugo angrily swatted their hand away, insisting he was fine and walking off. 𝗳𝗏 called after him, reminding him about the awards ceremony, but Bakugo dismissed it with frustration. Soon, he found himself restrained to the second-place podium, moving around like a wild animal. Shoto observed the scene with a smirk, commenting on Bakugo's behavior. Suddenly, All Might appeared, landing in front of the top 3 students with medals in hand. He congratulated Shoto, placing the bronze medal around his neck and encouraging him to be proud of himself. Afterward, All Might approached Bakugo, who struggled as he attempted to place the silver medal around his neck. 𝗳𝗏 watched with a mix of amusement and sympathy. Finally, All Might came to 𝗳𝗏, and they bowed their head in respect. All Might praised 𝗳𝗏 for their exceptional performance and encouraged them to wear the gold medal with pride. 𝗳𝗏 accepted the medal with gratitude, thanking All Might for everything. Their father cheered proudly from the crowd, causing 𝗳𝗏 to blush slightly. After the sports festival, 𝗳𝗏 and Izuku enjoyed 2 days off from school to recover. When they returned, they took the train, receiving praise from fans of the festival along the way. Upon arriving at school, they were greeted by Ida, who rushed past them, urging them to hurry to class. 𝗳𝗏 reminded him that they had time before the first bell. In class, everyone shared their experiences from the festival, discussing how different it felt to see the matches on TV. 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗃 listened as their classmates excitedly recounted their encounters with fans, feeling a sense of camaraderie and accomplishment. It was kind of embarrassing, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 thought. Ojiro asked if that wasn't normal for her. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 mentioned that some elementary schoolers had suddenly told him not to worry about it. 𝗬𝗃 teased him by mimicking the phrase, causing 𝗧𝗃 to scream in surprise, which was understandable since he had been hearing it all day. Just then, Uncle 𝗧𝗏 opened the door, prompting everyone to rush to their seats immediately. He greeted them with a simple morning, and they all responded in unison. 𝗬𝗏 noted that Mr. Aizawa's bandages were gone and expressed her relief. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 explained that Grandma Chiyo had gone overboard with her treatment. He then announced that they would have a special hero informatics class today focused on code names, where they would come up with their hero names. Excitement filled the room, except for one person who remained quiet. Aizawa's hair began to float as he glared at the class, causing them to fall silent. He continued, explaining that this lesson was related to the pro-hero draft picks he had mentioned previously. The drafts would begin in earnest for second and third years after students had gained experience, allowing them to become immediate assets to the pros. He emphasized that offers extended to first years indicated interest in their future potential, but those offers could be cancelled if that interest waned by graduation. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 pounded his fist against his desk, exclaiming that adults were selfish. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked if they would have to prove themselves once they were picked. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 confirmed this and proceeded to show the totals of offers received after the festival. The top 4 names caught everyone's attention: 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃 with 5,569 offers, Todoroki with 4,123, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 with 3,556, and Tokoyami with the significant difference in offers between 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃, Shoto, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 shocked their classmates. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 noted that in previous years, offers had been more spread out, but this year all eyes were on those 3. Kaminari exclaimed about the large gap in numbers, while Jiro pointed out the surprising order compared to their placements in the sports festival. Kirishima remarked that some people were too scared to ask for a guy who had to be restrained on the podium. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 shouted in frustration, questioning what the pros were scared of. Momo complimented 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃 and Todoroki, sighing at Shoto, revealing her admiration for him. Shoto attributed their offers to his father. Achiko excitedly shook Iida by the shoulders, exclaiming that they had received offers. Iida responded affirmatively, though 𝗵𝗃𝗃 pointed out that Midoriya hadn't received any offers, suggesting it was due to his intense fighting style. 𝗬𝗏𝗵𝗃 glared at 𝗵𝗃𝗃, causing him to quiet down. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 informed them that regardless of whether they were asked for, they would all be participating in internships with pros. Izuku asked about the internships, and Uncle 𝗧𝗏 explained that while they had already experienced combat with real villains at USJ, it would still be meaningful training to observe pros at work firsthand. Sato expressed excitement about the hero names, noting that things were getting more fun. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 reminded them that the hero names were temporary, but if they weren't serious about them, there would be consequences later. Auntie Namuri entered the room, captivating the boys, and announced that she would ensure their names were appropriate. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 explained that choosing a name would help them form a concrete image of who they wanted to be in the future, referencing the saying that names and nature often agree, like All Might. He passed around a board and marker for them to write their hero names. Auntie Namuri encouraged them to start presenting their names, beginning with those who were ready. Aoyama was the first to present, proudly announcing his name as Shining Hero, I Cannot Stop Twinkling. Auntie Namuri suggested he shorten it to Can't Stop Twinkling, which Aoyama agreed to. Mina then stepped up, declaring her name as Alien Queen, which Auntie Namuri hesitated over, recalling an unsettling image. 𝗬𝗏 raised her hand to present next, revealing her name as Rainy Season Hero, 𝗵𝗃𝗃. Auntie Namuri praised the name for its friendliness, and the class cheered for 𝗬𝗏. Kirishima followed, introducing himself as Sturdy Hero, Red Riot, paying homage to the chivalrous hero Crimson Riot. Jiro presented her name as the Hearing Hero, Earphone Jack, which Auntie Namuri approved. Shoji introduced himself as the Tentacle Hero, Tentacle, and 𝗬𝗏 followed with the Tapping Hero, Cellophane. Ojiro presented as the Martial Arts Hero, Tailman, and Sato introduced himself as the sweets hero, Sugarman. Mina returned to present Pinky, and Kaminari followed with the stun gun hero, Charge Bolt, which Auntie Nomuri found amusing. Finally, Hagakure introduced herself as the stealth hero, Invisible Girl, and Auntie Nomuri praised her choice. Auntie Nomuri lifted her hand, encouraging the next student to step forward. Momo took her turn, expressing her hope to live up to her hero name, the everything hero, Creati. Auntie Nomuri praised her choice, and a smirk crossed my face at the cleverness of the name. Next was Shoto, who simply stated his name, Shoto. I frowned, thinking of a more fitting name for him, and an idea sparked in my mind. Auntie Nomuri asked if it was okay to suggest a new name, to which Shoto agreed. I approached him, took his board, erased Shoto, and wrote Freezer Burn. I proposed, how about this? The Freeze Fire Hero, Freezer Burn. Auntie Nomuri's eyes lit up with excitement, and she exclaimed how well it suited his unique quirks. Shoto, now smirking, accepted his new name as the class cheered, and we shared a brief hug before returning to our seats. It was Tokoyami's turn next. He confidently introduced himself as the jet black hero, Tsukuyami. Auntie Nomuri responded with enthusiasm, noting the connection to the god of the night. Mineta followed, proudly declaring himself the fresh-picked hero, Grape Juice, though his short stature meant only his board was visible. Koda, shy and embarrassed, chose the name the petting hero, Anima. Then came Bakugo, who boldly announced, King Explosion Murder. At that moment, I struggled to contain my laughter, quickly covering my mouth. Auntie Nomuri, unimpressed, advised against such a name. Bakugo protested loudly, while Kirishima teased him about being called Explosion Boy. Achiko then took her turn, presenting her name, Uravity, which Auntie Nomuri found stylish, prompting a sigh of relief from Achiko. As the name selections continued, Auntie Nomuri noted that only Bakugo and a few others needed to rethink their names. Ida stepped up next, introducing himself simply as Tenya. I shook my head, feeling the weight of his brother's legacy on him. I approached Ida and hugged him, whispering encouragement about continuing his brother's legacy. Ida expressed doubt, but I reassured him that he didn't have to be someone else. He just needed to be himself. With renewed determination, he wrote Ingenium on his board, beaming with pride. Auntie Nomuri commended his bravery in honoring his brother. Midoriya was next, and when he stood to reveal his hero name, Deku, I felt tears welling up. Mineta and Kaminari expressed their confusion, while Kirishima pointed out the permanence of the name. Midoriya explained how the meaning had changed for him, making him happy. I felt immense pride as he hugged me. When it was my turn, I walked to the front and revealed my name, the ocean goddess hero, Namaka. Auntie Nomuri acknowledged my Hawaiian heritage, and I shared my admiration for the goddess of the ocean. The class cheered in support. Bakugo attempted to change his name again, shouting Lord Explosion Murder, prompting Auntie Nomuri to respond with a deadpan expression. I took his board, erased the name, and suggested Dynamite, explaining how it captured his explosive nature without sounding villainous. Bakugo grumbled his thanks, albeit begrudgingly. As we wrapped up, I felt a sense of camaraderie among my classmates. It was time to start our internships, and I learned that Tokoyami and I would be interning with Hawks. Izuku was with Gran Torino, Bakugo with Best Jeanist, Shoto with Endeavor, Achiko with Gunhead, and Mineta with MT Lady, which I knew would be less than educational for him. I shivered at the thought of it. The excitement of interning with Hawks was palpable, but I felt the need to warn Tokoyami. He could be a bit unpredictable, and while most of his sidekicks were organized, I hoped that Kigo could tone down his chaotic nature for a week to help us improve our flying abilities. I could learn about vocal water manipulation on my own, but I believed my wings needed some work. Tokoyami expressed curiosity about my familiarity with Hawks. I explained that my parents worked closely with him, giving them insight into how he managed his agency. I sensed that Tokoyami was skeptical, but he chose not to press further. As we arrived at the agency, the sidekicks recognized me immediately, their excitement barely contained. They wanted to greet me with enthusiasm, as they always did during my previous visits before you. But professionalism took precedence. I had made sure that 𝗂𝗂 informed everyone to keep it professional. I wouldn't be surprised if he had threatened to cut their paychecks if they acted otherwise. One of the sidekicks welcomed us, confirming that Hawks was expecting us. I introduced 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 and myself as ready for the internship just as 𝗂𝗂 entered the room. He greeted us and was eager to start. After a brief training session to assess our strengths and weaknesses, 𝗂𝗂 suggested that 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 attempt flying with Dark Shadow. We stepped outside, and as 𝗂𝗂 helped us spread our wings, Dark Shadow enveloped 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 like a comforting blanket. I could sense his nervousness. I reassured 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 that everything would be fine, encouraging him to follow my lead and 𝗂𝗂's. We took off slowly, and I noticed 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 struggling to balance. Just as he was about to fall, I caught him in time. I encouraged him to trust that Dark Shadow would be there to support him. With complete faith in each other, all he needed was a little push. 𝗂𝗂 echoed my sentiments, urging 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 to rely on Dark Shadow. After another attempt, 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 began to fly confidently with Dark Shadow, and 𝗂𝗂 and I soared after him. I cheered him on, celebrating his progress. As we flew together, I began to sing about the joy of flying, expressing the freedom and clarity that came with it. I pointed out the bustling city below us, reminding 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 of the burdens we all carried, but from our vantage point, the world seemed small and life clearer. I flipped onto my back, flying effortlessly as 𝗂𝗂 mirrored my movements, a skill I had taught him. I learned it from my mother as 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 flipped onto his back and fell. From up here, he coasted past it all, the obstacles disappearing. He felt light, unburdened, with no worries or doubts to interfere. 𝗂𝗂 and I performed a barrel roll, and 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 followed our lead. There was nothing but the view from above, with the wind at our backs. We floated, letting the current guide us, climbing higher and sailing from breeze to breeze. I brought him up higher, noticing his nervousness, but I offered him an encouraging nod. We headed toward the stratosphere, with only the stars to guide us. The possibilities felt endless. Below us, life seemed to be a constant struggle, but up here I pretended to swim through the clouds, leaping in and out like a dolphin. The world looked vast, yet every horizon felt close. We dodged people and cars as we soared over a tall building, my parents' agency. Up here, no path was denied. We chose our direction freely. Suddenly, he could breathe easy, feeling content and carefree, gliding through the air. We flew around Tokyo, passing the impressive Rainbow Bridge. The world felt like ours, each mountain and meadow within reach. Life's responsibilities seemed trivial from this height, and the sky stretched endlessly above us. It was just the three of us, taking in the breathtaking view. As we continued flying, I let out an excited squeal. I challenged 𝗂𝗂 to a race, and he accepted, confident in his speed. I turned to 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲, inviting him to join. He hesitated, feeling he couldn't keep up, but with a little encouragement, he agreed. I signaled 𝗂𝗂 to ease up, wanting to give 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 a chance to build his confidence. On the count of 3, we took off, 𝗂𝗂 leading the way. He announced my victory, declaring me the fastest hero in Japan as I laughed and sped past him. 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 followed closely behind, surprising us both. I won the race, with 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 in second and 𝗂𝗂 trailing behind. 𝗂𝗂 expressed pride in 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲 for surpassing him, noting the effort it took to train with him. I teased that I had beaten 𝗂𝗂 much earlier in our training. I felt optimistic about the week ahead. On the third day, after training with 𝗂𝗂 and 𝗬𝗂𝗵𝗲, I received a panicked text from Izuku. Ida was trying to confront Stain, the hero killer, and I needed to act quickly. Without a second thought, I flew to Hosu City, where Ida and Izuku were interning. As I ran to Izuku's location, I encountered Shoto. He had also received the urgent message. Together, we found Ida face to face with Stain. I felt a chill as I uttered his name, and Stain smirked upon recognizing me. He taunted me, revealing his knowledge of my family's past, which sent a wave of fear through me. Stain lunged at Izuku, attempting to draw his BLD. I stood frozen for a moment, but 𝗎𝗪 sprang into action, engulfing his arm in flames. I prepared my water 𝗬𝗵𝗃, ready to defend my friends. 𝗎𝗪 lifted Ida and Izuku out of harm's way as he charged at 𝗧𝗵, who retaliated by throwing daggers. 𝗎𝗪 was struck, but I quickly intervened, using my water 𝗬𝗵𝗃 to pull him back. We charged at 𝗧𝗵 together, determined to protect our friends. Ida pleaded for us to stop, but Izuku broke free and struck 𝗧𝗵. 𝗎𝗪 and I worked in tandem, combining our abilities. Izuku deduced that 𝗧𝗵's quirk depended on BLD type, which could determine the duration of paralysis. We were ready to face this threat together, united in our resolve to protect one another. The maximum duration of paralysis is 8 minutes, she stated. Izuku and 𝗎𝗪 looked at her, astonished. A future hero can't do her research about villains she might encounter, she shrugged. Izuku blushed, expressing his admiration, but she gently placed 2 fingers to his lips, signaling him to focus. They continued to fight 𝗧𝗵, despite Ida's desperate pleas for them to stop. 𝗧𝗵 ducked as Izuku attempted to punch him, retrieving the blade that had previously injured Izuku and liking the BLD, causing Izuku to become paralyzed once more. 𝗧𝗵 then seized her from behind, locking her arms in place. 𝗎𝗪 tried to advance, but 𝗧𝗵 pressed his blade against her neck, threatening her life. He taunted Izuku, still on the ground, paralyzed, about how he would explain her fate to her parents. Through gritted teeth, she replied that 𝗧𝗵 shouldn't count on that. 𝗧𝗵, smug, reminded her of his control over her, rendering her unable to use her quirk. Before 𝗧𝗵 could react further, Ida broke free from his paralysis and kicked 𝗧𝗵 in the face. At the same moment, she used her water 𝗬𝗵𝗃 to disarm 𝗧𝗵, freeing herself. Holding 𝗧𝗵's blade, she felt Ida's reassuring hand on her shoulder, asking if she was okay. She confirmed she was fine and expressed her eagerness to take down 𝗧𝗵. Ida declared that this was his fight as 𝗧𝗵 approached them, asserting that pretending to be a hero was futile. He accused the students of tarnishing the hero's image and claimed someone needed to teach them a lesson. 𝗎𝗪 called 𝗧𝗵 a fundamentalist lunatic, while she defended Ida, praising his strength and willpower. 𝗧𝗵, angered, declared he would enjoy taking her down first. As 𝗧𝗵 lunged at her, she ensnared him with her water 𝗬𝗵𝗃, binding him tightly. She warned him that revealing his plans was a significant weakness. 𝗧𝗵, frustrated, threatened her, but she challenged him to a duel, suggesting they test his theory. She began to sing, channeling her energy into the fight. With each note, her attacks became more rapid and fierce. She swung his blade at him, engaging in a fierce sparring match. As the song grew more emotional, her confidence surged, and she landed several strikes on 𝗧𝗵. She felt unstoppable, her spirit soaring as she fought with both blades. Looking at her friends and boyfriend, she sang about overcoming her fears and the importance of showing emotions. 𝗧𝗵 attempted to retaliate, but she struck him again, pushing him to his limits. With determination, she tossed his blades aside and created a water sphere, ready to continue the battle. 𝗧𝗵 looked at the protagonist like a cornered cat, a fierce determination radiating from him. The protagonist felt unstoppable, a force to be reckoned with. As 𝗧𝗵 lunged forward, the protagonist expertly blocked the attack, feeling a surge of confidence. They managed to tire 𝗧𝗵 out enough to trap him in a water sphere, restraining him until the authorities could arrive. The protagonist turned to Izu, who leaned on them for support. Izu seemed concerned about the cut on the protagonist's cheek. The protagonist reassured him, saying it was just a minor injury that would make for a good story. Izu marveled at the protagonist's ability to see the bright side of things, to which the protagonist attributed it to Izu's influence over the years. They made their way to Ida, who was moving around despite his injuries, expressing regret for getting them into this situation while seeking revenge for his brother's death. The protagonist urged Ida to be careful, noting that they needed to get out of the alley before the ambulance missed them. As they stepped onto the sidewalk, the ambulance arrived, tending to Ida and Izu first. The protagonists took care of their own cut and 𝗎𝗪's injuries independently. Grandpa Torino appeared, displeased with Izu for being there, but the protagonist knew he had a tough exterior that masked a caring heart. Ida apologized for the trouble he caused, but the protagonist reassured him that it was understandable given the circumstances. They turned to Stain, warning him that while they were letting him go this time, any further aggression would not be tolerated. The protagonist handed Stain over to 𝗵𝗃𝗏, who quickly secured him. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 checked on Shoto, who needed to get to the hospital. The protagonist informed him of the situation, explaining how Ida sought revenge and how they had managed to restrain Stain long enough for help to arrive. They expressed their need to meet their friends at the hospital and urged 𝗵𝗃𝗏 to take credit for the incident to avoid complications with the authorities. Later, the protagonist and Shoto visited Izu and Ida in the hospital. Upon arrival, they found Izu and Ida had just been patched up. The protagonist checked in on them, relieved to see they were okay despite their injuries. Just then, the protagonist's parents burst into the room, visibly worried and in their hero costumes. They expressed their concern for the protagonist's safety and scolded them for confronting Stain. The protagonist explained that they had snuck out to help their friends, feeling responsible for their well-being. Izu, despite his injuries, tried to comfort the protagonist, who felt guilty for not arriving sooner. Izu reassured them that they had done everything they could, and Ida echoed that sentiment, expressing gratitude for their help. After some time, Izu and Ida were cleared to return to 𝗬𝗏𝗏. The protagonist walked with Izu to school, where they were met with an unexpected scene. Kirishima and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 were laughing at Bakugo, who was frustrated about his hair. The protagonist and Izu took their seats, observing the lively banter around them. Meanwhile, Kaminari and Mineta were discussing changes they had noticed, with Mineta making a rather exaggerated statement about women. The atmosphere was light, a welcome contrast to the earlier events. Kaminari remarked on how much everyone had changed, drawing attention to me, Ida, Izuku, and Shoto, who had faced the hero killer. 𝗧𝗏𝗏, playfully headlocked by Bakugo, chimed in about the hero killer, while Kirishima expressed relief that we had made it out alive. Momo shared her worries, and Sato confirmed that 𝗵𝗃𝗏 had saved us. Shoto acknowledged the truth of that statement, and Izuku and I nodded in agreement. I mentioned that Stain had connections to the League of Villains, which made Ojiro uneasy at the thought of such a frightening figure appearing at 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Kaminari noted how the video of the hero killer showcased his relentless determination, prompting Ida to warn Kaminari to be cautious with his words. Kaminari quickly apologized, and I reiterated that while Stain's tenacity could be admired, his beliefs were misguided. I vowed to continue my path to becoming a hero to prevent anyone else from suffering like I had. As class began, All Might arrived, ready to kick off hero basic training. He greeted us enthusiastically and announced a rescue training race, which excited everyone. Ida questioned the choice of location, but All Might explained that we would be racing through a factory-filled area known as Field Gamma, emphasizing the importance of minimizing damage. He then informed us that groups would be decided randomly, and I nodded in acknowledgement. Once the teams were set, I found myself in a group with Izuku, 𝗧𝗏𝗏, Mina, Ojiro, and Ida. Mina wished us luck, and 𝗧𝗏𝗏 joked that we would need it. The race commenced, with Izuku and I using our quirks to navigate the course. I led the way, skillfully dodging obstacles, while Ojiro used his tail to propel himself upward. Ida simply ran, determined to keep pace. Suddenly, Izuku demonstrated impressive moves, but he accidentally slipped, landing face-first at the finish line. Ida was the only one to check on him, while I claimed first place. After training, the girls and I were in the locker room when Mineta made an inappropriate comment about our bodies, leading to Jiro swiftly silencing him with her ear jack. Momo expressed her disgust, and Jiro noted that she was the only one not mentioned. Just then, Izuku confronted Mineta, warning him against disrespecting girls and threatening him if he ever spoke about me that way again. I felt my cheeks flush, and I quickly grabbed tissues for my nosebleed. Achiko checked on me, and the girls exchanged knowing looks, teasing that Izuku and I were hopelessly in love. Later that evening, All Might summoned us to his office. Izuku and I knocked before entering, finding All Might in his civilian form, looking serious. He invited us to sit, and I felt my nerves spike. Expressed regret for not being there during our ordeal, but Izuku reassured him that it wasn't necessary. I asked why he wanted to discuss One for All with us, and he revealed that the hero killer had tasted Izuku's BLD. Izuku explained that Stain's quirk could immobilize someone after ingesting their BLD. All Might clarified that One for All couldn't be stolen, it could only be transferred willingly. He mentioned that the situation was unique, but the details were too complicated to delve into at that moment. One for All originated from a quirk that existed in the past, 𝗬𝗵𝗲 explained. The conversation turned serious as the implications of such a quirk were discussed. It was a quirk that could steal abilities from others and transfer them to the holder, a power that could give those abilities to others as well. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 continued, describing a time when superpowers first emerged, a chaotic period when society struggled to adapt. The emergence of quirks shattered the notion of what it meant to be human, leading to a breakdown of laws and a decline in civilization. Izuku reflected on how, without superpowers, humanity might have already been exploring the stars. During this tumultuous time, a figure emerged who sought to unify people. This individual, known for his ability to steal quirks, used his overwhelming power to manipulate others, committing acts of evil without remorse. He quickly became the leader of the villains, ruling over Japan with an iron fist. A sense of discomfort washed over both Izuku and me as we absorbed this history. Izuku expressed skepticism about the rumors he had seen online, questioning their validity since they were absent from textbooks. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 pointed out that secret dealings could not be included in educational materials, as those with powers sought out ways to use them. Curiosity piqued, Izuku asked how this history related to One for All. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 explained that All for One could give quirks to others, gaining their trust or forcing them into 𝗬𝗵𝗲. However, many who received quirks could not handle the burden and became mere shells of their former selves, much like the 𝗵𝗲𝗄. He then shared the story of All for One's younger brother, who, despite being quirkless and frail, possessed a strong sense of justice. Witnessing his brother's dark deeds, he resisted him. In a moment of desperation, All for One forced a quirk that could stock power into his younger brother. It was unclear whether this act stemmed from kindness or a longing for control. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 revealed that the younger brother, thought to be quirkless, actually harbored a unique ability, the power to pass on quirks. This quirk, combined with the ability to stock power, gave rise to One for All. It was a cruel irony that justice emerged from such darkness. Izuku questioned why 𝗬𝗵𝗲 was bringing up a villain from so long ago. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 reminded them that All for One could steal any quirk, including those that could halt aging, making him nearly immortal. The younger brother, recognizing the vast difference in their abilities and the state of society, decided to entrust his quirks to future generations, believing that one day, they would be strong enough to confront his brother. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 believed he had finally defeated All for One, only to discover that the villain had survived and was now orchestrating chaos as the mastermind behind the League of Villains. One for All was a power inherited to combat All for One, and the possibility of facing this great evil loomed ahead. Izuku declared his determination to do his best, expressing his willingness to take on any challenge as long as he had the support of 𝗬𝗵𝗲 and me. I affirmed my commitment to protect my family and friends. 𝗬𝗵𝗲, visibly moved, expressed his gratitude to both of us. After a long day at school, Uncle 𝗬𝗏 made an important announcement about the upcoming midterms, emphasizing the need for everyone to study diligently. The class responded in unison, and Izuku and I decided to study together. Our study sessions often turned into cozy moments, with me resting my head on his chest as we quizzed each other, playfully closing our books to hide answers. As the midterms concluded, the focus shifted to the final exams approaching just a week away. Uncle 𝗬𝗏 reminded everyone that the final assessments would include both written and practical components, urging the class to prepare both their minds and bodies. Once he left, discussions about the finals erupted among us. Kaminari and Mina lamented their lack of preparation, while Kaminari expressed frustration over his placement in the midterms. Tokoyami noted that the back-to-back events had made studying difficult, and Sato reflected on the challenges ahead, especially with the practical exam looming. Mineta, with a smug grin, revealed his surprising midterm placement, causing shock among his classmates. The atmosphere was charged with competition and determination as everyone resolved to do their best for the upcoming finals. Everyone wanted to go to camp together, and Izuku expressed his enthusiasm, having placed 5th in the recent exams. Ida, standing up from his seat, shared his hopes that everyone would be motivated to take action. I had secured 1st place, Momo followed with 2nd, and Ida was in 3rd. Shoto, who placed 6th, remarked on the ease of passing if one simply paid attention in class. Kaminari, clutching his heart dramatically, warned him to be careful with his words. Kirishima playfully pointed out the difference in their rankings, teasing Bakugo, who had landed in 15th place. Bakugo, placing 4th, confidently declared he could improve his score. Aoyama, who had placed 19th, feigned concern about cramming, while Shoji, who was in 10th, suggested Aoyama should try studying harder. During lunch, I sat with Tsu, Ida, Izuku, Ochako, and Hagakure at a table. Thanks to lunch rush, I enjoyed a delicious salmon dish. Hagakure expressed her concerns about the upcoming practical exam, speculating it might be something wild. Ida disagreed, maintaining that it wouldn't be anything too crazy. I thought to myself that was likely to throw us a curveball. Izuku mentioned that the written exam questions would come from our studies, and he felt he could manage, though Ochako, who placed 13th, seemed doubtful. Hagakure informed us that the practical exam would cover everything from the first semester, while Tsu noted she had placed 7th. Ochako listed the types of training we had done, realizing we needed to maintain our physical condition as well. Suddenly, I felt a strange sensation on my lower back and turned to Izuku, but he was not near me. A snicker from behind caught my attention, and I saw Monoma approaching. He attempted to flirt, but Izuku's expression darkened. I stood up, placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder, and confronted Monoma. As he moved closer, I swiftly twisted his arm and brought him down to the ground, prompting him to plead for mercy. I handed him over to Kendo, who walked away with him, apologizing for his lack of manners. Izuku wrapped his arm around my waist as I returned to my seat, and I commented on Kendo being the motherly figure of Class 1B. After lunch, we returned to our classrooms, where Uncle Zawa informed us about the finals. He mentioned robots, but I suspected it was a ruse to keep us from training too hard. Kaminari and Mina cheered, believing the exam would be easy, but I questioned their confidence. Shoji pointed out that they might struggle to control their quirks against real opponents. Kaminari insisted he could unleash his powers on robots, while Mina echoed his sentiment. I knew better than to underestimate our challenges, but I kept my thoughts to myself. Bakugo suddenly directed his attention at me, reminding me of a past encounter. I shrugged off his comment, which only intensified his glare before he stormed out of the room, slamming the door. Kirishima noted Bakugo's intensity, while Tokoyami speculated whether it was impatience or anger. With 3 days dedicated to the written portion of the finals behind us, we prepared for the practical exam. On the day of the exam, excitement buzzed in the air as we gathered in the center plaza, where the teachers stood before us. Uncle Zawa began the briefing, warning us that failure was possible and urging us to avoid mistakes if we wanted to attend the training camp. Kaminari eagerly asked if we would be facing robot warriors like in the entrance exam, but Principal Nizu interrupted, announcing that the exam would be different this time. He explained that the focus would shift to person-to-person combat and real hero work, requiring us to form teams of 2 to battle against teachers. The announcement caught everyone off guard, but I had anticipated this twist. Uncle Nizu revealed the pairings, stating that Todoroki and Yaoyorozu would face him, while I, Midoriya, and Bakugo would be a team against our own teachers. The challenge loomed ahead, and I felt a mix of excitement and determination as we prepared for what lay ahead. All Might announced with enthusiasm that they would work together to face the challenge. Izuku and Bakugo reacted in surprise, while All Might encouraged them to unite against him. Uncle Nizu then revealed the matchups for the upcoming exams, listing the various teams and their respective teachers. The first match featured 𝗵𝗃𝗲 against Kirishima and Sato, followed by ectoplasm versus 𝗬𝗎 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 Tokoyami, and so on, culminating in the 10th match where All Might would face 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗲, Izuku Midoriya, and Katsuki Bakugo. 𝗵𝗃 explained that the time limit for the exams was 30 minutes, and the objective was to either capture the teacher with HNDCFFS or have one of the students escape the stage. Kaminari remarked that it was similar to their combat training, while Mina questioned the validity of running away. Uncle Mike cautioned them that they would be up against someone far more skilled than themselves. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 emphasized the importance of strategy, advising that if the difference in abilities was too great, it would be wiser to retreat and seek help. He addressed 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗃, Todoroki, Ida, and Midoriya, ensuring they understood the stakes. Ida expressed his determination to pass the test, while Izuku pointed out that their decision-making skills would be tested. All Might introduced a unique device called ultra-compressed weights, which would add a challenge to their performance. He explained that the weights would hinder their movement and drain their stamina, and they would be using a design created by young 𝗵𝗃𝗃 challenged All Might's underestimation of their abilities, and All Might responded with a playful smirk. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 instructed Sato and Kirishima to prepare for their match, while those waiting could strategize or observe. Ida and Ojiro discussed their quirks, and Tokoyami and Tsuyu began planning as well. As the first match concluded, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 announced that Team Sato and Kirishima had to retire due to both members losing consciousness. Following that, Tsuyu and Tokoyami faced ectoplasm, with Tsuyu cleverly hiding the cuffs and managing to win. Ida and Ojiro then faced Power Loader, successfully escaping through the gate with teamwork. Momo and Shoto battled Uncle 𝗧𝗏, with Momo using her quirk to immobilize him. Aoyama and Achiko faced 13, winning by cuffing her as she was drawn into her own black hole. Mina and Kaminari faced Uncle Nizu but unfortunately ran out of time. Koda and Jiro managed to overwhelm Uncle Mike with a swarm of bugs, allowing them to escape. Shoji and Hagakure faced Snipe, with Shoji distracting him while Hagakure cuffed his wrists. Mineta and Siro then faced Midnight, winning by cleverly sticking her WHP to the floor and making their escape. Finally, it was time for 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗃𝗃, Bakugo, and Izuku to face All Might. As they approached the doors, Bakugo glared at them, determined to prove himself. The announcer called for their practical exam to begin, and the doors opened to reveal All Might standing confidently in the center of the stage. Bakugo declared that he would not accept anything less than a complete victory this time, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming individual scores. Izuku reminded Bakugo that they needed a solid plan, and 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗃 agreed, stressing that they had to work together to strategize against All Might, acknowledging that direct combat was not a viable option against such a powerful opponent. This is a really bad idea, Kaken, Izuku thought before Bakugo interrupted him, insisting that he stop following. Izuku's composure faltered for a moment, but he quickly regained it. He pointed out that All Might was likely waiting for them on the main road and suggested taking another route. Bakugo, however, was determined not to back down from the fight. Izuku reminded him that taking on All Might alone was reckless and could lead to failure. Bakugo was adamant about wanting to confront All Might directly, dismissing the need for a plan. Izuku urged Bakugo to consider the situation, emphasizing that even with handicap weights, defeating All Might was nearly impossible. In a moment of frustration, Bakugo turned and struck Izuku, who fell to the ground, holding his nose. Izuku expressed his anger, reminding Bakugo that they were on the same team and needed to work together instead of fighting among themselves. Bakugo, however, was uninterested in teamwork and insisted he could win on his own. As tensions rose, Izuku urged Bakugo to think rationally. Just then, All Might appeared, prompting Izuku to act quickly. He activated his hydrokinetic shield to block a powerful blast of air from All Might. Meanwhile, back in the monitoring room, everyone was watching the practical exam unfold. Momo questioned why Izuku was paired with Bakugo, while Recovery Girl explained that Izuku was the only one attempting to manage Bakugo's aggressive tendencies. The class watched intently as Bakugo and Izuku argued, their expressions serious. Gasps filled the room when Bakugo struck Izuku, and the tension was palpable as they hoped for a resolution. Izuku suggested retreating, but Bakugo shouted back, refusing to be told what to do. He attempted to use a stun grenade against All Might, but the pro hero quickly subdued him. Bakugo retaliated with mini explosions, but All Might brushed them off and easily tossed him aside. All Might warned 𝗧𝗵𝗃 not to underestimate him, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃 countered with his own attack, shooting aqua bolts that All Might dodged. As Bakugo tried to engage All Might again, he was thrown aside once more. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and I worked together to evade All Might's attacks, but the pro hero seemed to be targeting me specifically. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 shouted that All Might was focusing on me, and I responded with frustration, blocking more of All Might's strikes. Feeling overwhelmed, I pretended to collapse in pain, preparing for a counterattack. I could hear 𝗧𝗵𝗃 rallying, and moments later, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent Bakugo flying away from All Might. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 quickly picked Bakugo up, and they began to escape. All Might, confused by their actions, questioned their teamwork. Bakugo, still angry, demanded to be put down, while 𝗧𝗵𝗃 assured him he would return for me. As 𝗧𝗵𝗃 ran toward me, I stood up, brushing off his concern. I had been playing a distraction tactic all along. It meant that a hero pretends to be injured to draw the villain towards other heroes, creating an opportunity for a better plan. The protagonist had an idea but needed support. With the help of 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and Bakugo, they managed to restrain All Might and successfully pass their final exams. The next scene shifted to 𝗧𝗵𝗃's perspective. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, Bakugo, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 found themselves once again in Grandma Chiyo's office. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 had sustained injuries during the battle with All Might. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 waited patiently until 𝗧𝗵𝗃 regained consciousness and noticed 𝗧𝗵𝗃 at his bedside. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 expressed his gratitude, saying he felt better. Grandma Chiyo chastised All Might, emphasizing the need for him to hold back during training. She gestured animatedly, a clear sign of her frustration. She continued to assess the students, noting that while 𝗧𝗵𝗃 was fine, 𝗧𝗵𝗃's injuries were serious, and Bakugo would take longer to recover. All Might acknowledged her concerns with a nod, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 couldn't help but giggle at the situation. As All Might left, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 inquired about Bakugo's recovery. Grandma Chiyo estimated it would be a few hours before Bakugo would wake up. After completing another round of healing for Bakugo and 𝗧𝗵𝗃, she allowed them to leave her office. The next day at school passed slowly. 𝗧𝗵𝗃's thoughts were consumed by the upcoming Expo on Island, where many heroes, including All Might and their friends, were invited. As the day came to an end, 𝗧𝗪𝗄 proposed a fun idea. With excitement, 𝗧𝗪𝗄 suggested that Class 1A go shopping together since they had finished their exams. Kaminari echoed the enthusiasm, noting that they had never hung out as a class before. Mina invited 𝗧𝗵𝗃 to join them, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 agreed, thrilled at the prospect of a mall visit after so long. Kirishima asked Bakugo if he would join, but Bakugo dismissed the idea with an eye roll, finding it annoying. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 muttered a comment to herself, prompting Bakugo to shout back. Turning to Shoto, 𝗧𝗵𝗃 asked if he wanted to come along, to which he mentioned he would be visiting his mother on his day off. Shoto expressed his gratitude for the offer, while Mineta dramatically complained about the situation. After class, they finally arrived at the mall, and 𝗧𝗪𝗄 cheered with excitement. Mina looked around, sharing her love for the place. The mall was bustling with people of all ages, more crowded than ever. Someone pointed out their class, and suddenly, two boys approached. One of them, blushing, complimented 𝗧𝗵𝗃 on her performance at the sports festival. The other boy, also blushing, remarked on her beauty. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 politely acknowledged the compliment but mentioned she had a boyfriend, as 𝗧𝗪𝗄 wrapped his arm around her waist. The taller boy dismissed 𝗧𝗪𝗄, suggesting 𝗧𝗵𝗃 deserved better. 𝗧𝗵𝗃, feeling protective, warned them to leave before things escalated, unfurling her wings to appear more imposing. The boys quickly retreated, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃 laughed, joined by 𝗧𝗪𝗄's chuckle. Ida interrupted their laughter, suggesting they split up for efficiency. Jiro mentioned wanting to find a new duffel bag for summer training, and Momo proposed they browse together. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 and 𝗧𝗪𝗄 headed to the food court, where they found a favorite food spot. 𝗧𝗪𝗄 noticed 𝗧𝗵𝗃's eagerness and asked if she was hungry, prompting her to realize she had been drooling. She admitted to being famished after a long day of training. They enjoyed their meal when a woman and her daughter approached them. The woman explained her daughter had wanted to meet 𝗬𝗏 after watching her at the sports festival. 𝗬𝗏 greeted the little girl warmly, who expressed her admiration but lamented being quirkless. 𝗬𝗏 reassured her, sharing that believing in oneself is what truly matters. The girl's eyes sparkled with hope, and they shared a heartfelt moment before the mother thanked 𝗬𝗏 for her kindness. After finishing their meal, 𝗬𝗏 and Izuku explored the mall and discovered a Hawaiian-themed store. Izuku encouraged 𝗬𝗏 to go inside while he waited outside. She found some decorations and a fun coconut cup before stepping out to see Izuku looking uneasy, with a stranger standing behind him. Concerned, 𝗬𝗏 asked if he had made a new friend, but her worry grew when she noticed the man had a grip on Izuku's throat. The man turned to face her, revealing his light blue hair and piercing red eyes. Tamura Shigaraki. Izuku gasped for air, and Shigaraki feigned innocence, apologizing for the situation. 𝗬𝗏, feeling protective, demanded to know why he was there. Shigaraki ignored her and whispered something to Izuku that made him shiver. He brushed past 𝗬𝗏, making eye contact, before walking away. Izuku coughed, and 𝗬𝗏 knelt beside him, asking if he was okay. He assured her he was fine and questioned Shigaraki about All for One's intentions. Shigaraki paused before warning them to be careful, hinting at a dangerous future encounter. He mentioned that the League of Villains had their eyes on 𝗬𝗏, which made her gasp in shock. In an instant he vanished into the crowd. Their class trip to the mall took a serious turn, and they quickly alerted mall security, who announced a safety lockdown due to the presence of a villain. 𝗬𝗏 texted her classmates to explain the situation and their location. They found themselves surrounded by police, answering questions for an hour and a half before finally being allowed to leave. While outside for fresh air, 𝗬𝗏 noticed the marks on Izuku's neck from Shigaraki's grip, a reminder of the encounter they had just endured. Izuku's neck was already showing signs of bruising, and as I brushed my fingers gently against the discoloration, he shivered slightly at my touch. Concerned, I offered to get him some ice, but he insisted he was fine. Despite his reassurance, I couldn't shake my worry as I winced at the sight of the purple splotches. He noticed my unease and tried to change the subject by suggesting we take the bus home together, to which I happily agreed. It was time for the opening of the Expo on Island. My parents had been invited, but Izuku and All Might had offered to fly me there. My parents approved, and soon we were on the plane. I fell asleep on Izuku's shoulder, only waking when I heard him call my name excitedly. He pointed out Island, the remarkable artificial island home to over 10,000 scientists. While I appreciated his enthusiasm, I couldn't help but feel that it looked the same as it had during my previous visits. Izuku was surprised to learn I had been there before, and as we prepared to disembark, All Might reminded us to change into our hero costumes. After we transformed, we went through security, and All Might quizzed us on the island's purpose. I answered confidently, explaining that it was created for the world's greatest minds to study quirks and develop hero support items. Izuku added that the island was designed to protect its inhabitants from villains, boasting security comparable to Tartarus prison. As we made our way through the crowd, a woman recognized All Might and erupted with excitement, drawing attention from everyone around us. To shield Izuku from the throng, I lifted him up and moved him to safety. All Might, wiping kisses off his face, expressed concern about being late for a reunion with an old friend, cautioning us to be discreet about one for all. Just then, a blonde-haired girl bounced toward us on a pink pogo stick, calling out to All Might. I recognized her as Melly, my best friend from my island. We embraced, and she complimented me, noting how appealing I had become. I introduced Izuku as my boyfriend and fellow Class 1A student at U. Melly assessed Izuku's hero costume, suggesting he upgrade his gear, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Curious about his quirk, Melly learned that Izuku had a power-type ability. Despite her thoroughness, I knew she meant well, especially since she had a boyfriend of her own. Melly urged us to hurry and surprise her father, Uncle Dave. I reminisced about the hair clip she had given me when we first met and the music box that had made me emotional. As we arrived at Uncle Dave's office, we chatted until he walked in, surprised to see us. All Might greeted him warmly, expressing gratitude to Melissa for bringing us together. The atmosphere was filled with excitement and nostalgia as we prepared for a memorable reunion. Uncle Dave playfully bumped All Might's arm as they both laughed. He then embraced 𝗬𝗏 tightly, expressing how wonderful it was to see them and how much they resembled their mother. 𝗬𝗏 jokingly suggested that if Uncle Dave wanted to talk about his admiration for their mother, he should do it when they weren't around. This led to a playful noogie from Uncle Dave, after which 𝗬𝗏 straightened their hair and turned to Izuku, whose eyes sparkled with excitement. 𝗬𝗏 began to introduce Uncle Dave, but Izuku excitedly interrupted, recognizing him as Professor David Shield. 𝗬𝗏 decided to let Izuku fanboy for a moment before Melly suggested they explore the expo together. They wandered around, marveling at a plane that could fly and dive underwater, a diving suit designed for depths of 7,000 meters, and goggles that provided a full 360-degree view. Melly explained that each item was designed to assist heroes worldwide. Izuku asked Melly if she respected her father, to which she replied that it was her dream to become a great scientist like him. Just then, Ochako, Momo, and Jiro appeared, acting a bit strangely. Melly inquired if they were 𝗬𝗏's friends, and 𝗬𝗏 introduced them, explaining that Melly was their best friend and a big sister figure. Izuku mentioned that Mina and Tsuyu lost a bet, which led to their absence. Jiro explained that Momo had extra tickets to the expo, and they had played for them. 𝗬𝗏 shared that they had come with Izuku, even though their parents were invited. Melly suggested they grab tea at the cafe, and 𝗬𝗏 expressed excitement about seeing Mr. Tachibana, who made the best orange smoothies. Once seated at the cafe, Izuku chose to sit alone for a moment of calm. Melly asked the girls various questions, clearly interested in their hero stories. Momo complained about only being featured in commercials during her internship, earning encouragement from Kira and Melissa. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗏 spotted Kaminari and Mineta, who were dressed in buttoned shirts and black breathes, working as temporary staff at the expo. Kaminari explained they were there to earn extra money, while Mineta expressed his infatuation with Melly. The girls laughed at their antics as Kaminari and Mineta attempted to charm a clueless Melissa. Their playful banter was interrupted by Ida, who rushed over in his hero costume, urging them to work harder. Ida explained that he had received an invitation to the expo but was the only one from his family who could attend. Momo shared how she and the girls ended up on the island, but 𝗬𝗏 had already heard the story and tuned it out. Melly offered to show everyone around the expo, and everyone eagerly agreed. As they explored, they came across a large rock structure where faux villains were set up for a contest. The group noticed Kirishima enthusiastically competing, achieving an impressive time. Melly inquired if he was from U, and 𝗬𝗏 confirmed that he was in the same class as them. The announcer welcomed the next challenger, and 𝗬𝗏 and Izuku exchanged glances, with Izuku looking a bit pale as he recognized Bakugo. When the contest began, Bakugo completed the course in record time, claiming first place. Kirishima pointed out 𝗬𝗏 and Izuku to Bakugo, who then approached them with his usual intensity, demanding to know what they were doing there. Ida scolded Bakugo for his behavior, and 𝗬𝗏 reminded Ida of their roles as class representative and deputy. Bakugo, however, was unfazed, shouting back at 𝗬𝗏 in frustration. Bakugo shouted in frustration, challenging anyone to confront him. The response was quick and sharp, with a teasing remark about his demeanor. As the tension escalated, he charged forward, but a swift dodge allowed for a precise strike to his neck, sending him to the ground, momentarily stunned but still conscious. The playful banter continued, with a comment about Bakugo's behavior, while a friend suggested that the protagonist would excel in the competition. With determination, the protagonist decided to take on the challenge, announcing their intent to show everyone what they were capable of. The excitement in the arena grew as the announcer introduced a new contestant. In a remarkable display of skill, the protagonist swiftly defeated all the robots in mere seconds, earning first place and drawing admiration from onlookers. As the protagonist flew over to their friend, they received heartfelt praise for their impressive performance. Just then, a loud commotion signaled Todoroki's arrival, who completed the course in an impressive time, securing second place. The protagonist rushed to greet him, surprised by his presence and the reason behind it. The conversation turned to family, with light-hearted remarks about Todoroki's father and a shared understanding of their feelings about him. After enjoying the festivities, it was time to prepare for a formal celebration honoring the achievements of scientists and heroes alike. The protagonist gathered everyone, emphasizing the importance of punctuality. As they made their way to the event, a friend commented on their dedication to following rules. Once at the venue, the protagonist received compliments on their appearance, causing a moment of embarrassment. They admired their friend's stylish tuxedo, and the atmosphere felt like a scene from a romantic film. Compliments were exchanged, and a thoughtful gesture involving flowers brought smiles. The conversation turned playful, reminiscing about past memories and teasing each other about family. As the group took a celebratory selfie, another friend arrived, drawing attention with their stunning outfit. Excitement filled the air until a sudden emergency announcement disrupted the festivities, warning of a potential threat on the island. Panic set in as the security system activated, sealing off exits and creating a sense of urgency. The protagonist felt a wave of concern wash over them, realizing that something was amiss. It seemed that all reports were being blocked. Shoto observed the situation, while Jiro approached the elevators, attempting to open them, but they were unresponsive. Jiro confirmed that the elevators were not working either. Melly, deep in thought, suggested that the security system wouldn't switch to high alert mode just because something explosive was discovered. Izuku then proposed they head to where the party was being held, realizing that all the heroes, including All Might and his parents, were in the gala room. Ida expressed confusion about the plan, but Izuku reassured him that the presence of All Might and the Aqua Duo meant they had nothing to worry about. Mineta exclaimed with relief at the news. Izuku asked Melissa if she could help them reach the party, and she nodded, indicating that they could use the emergency stairs to get closer. As they moved towards the doorway at the far side of the room, a strange feeling settled in my stomach, suggesting that something was amiss. This was Island, known for its advanced security system, so it was hard to believe villains could infiltrate. I hoped my instincts were wrong and that they wouldn't face a dangerous confrontation. They continued up the stairs, and I had to adjust my dress to make it easier to run. After what felt like an eternity, Melly stopped in front of them, pointing out that the party was below the balcony, where they could see what was happening. I decided that Jiro would accompany me to listen in on any potential trouble. The others took a moment to rest, knowing they would need their energy. The hall where the party was held had a transparent roof, allowing Jiro and me to observe the scene below. Every hero was restrained in bright blue bindings that looked shocking. I spotted my parents and signaled to Jiro, who placed her earphone jack on the ground above the hall. She gave me a thumbs up and I turned my attention back to my parents. I communicated with them through sign language, grateful for the lessons they had given me. My father warned that villains had infiltrated the island and taken control of the security system. He urged me to escape while I still could, assuring me that he and my mother would handle the situation. I felt a surge of determination as I looked at them, silently conveying that I was going to help. I could see the concern in their eyes, but my focus was on the safety of everyone else. Rushing back to the group, I shared the alarming news that the tower had been taken over by villains and that all the heroes, including All Might and my parents, had been captured. Izuku hugged me tightly, but I refused to let despair take hold. The group reacted with panic, voices rising in disbelief. Jiro reminded everyone that Aquarius had instructed them to leave the tower for safety. Izuku questioned whether that was truly the right course of action, while Ida suggested they follow the instructions and escape. Momo added that as students, they were not equipped to confront villains without their provisional licenses. Kaminari proposed that they could escape and alert someone outside, but Melly pointed out the difficulty of escaping from a place with security comparable to Tartarus. Achiko asked for guidance, and I requested silence to think. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 expressed doubt about their ability to fight the villains, especially with all might captured. 𝗎𝗪 raised his hand, reminding everyone of their aspirations to become professionals. I declared my intention to help the heroes, despite 𝗵𝗃𝗃's protests about the risks involved. I was determined to find a way to save all might, my parents, and the others without directly confronting the villains. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 noted that the security system was located on the top floor and that if the villains had taken control, the authentication locks and passwords would be disabled. Izuku suggested they could restart the system if they could reach the top floor without being detected. 𝗎𝗪 raised concerns about how they would navigate without being seen, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃 reassured them that they had not been harmed yet, indicating that the villains might not be familiar with the security system. 𝗎𝗪 summarized their plan to avoid confrontation and reboot the system. Hope sparked in Kaminari's eyes as he expressed confidence in their ability to succeed. Momo, however, remained skeptical, cautioning that the villains would likely be waiting for them at the top. I reiterated that they didn't need to fight. Rebooting the system would free all might, my parents, and the others. When that moment arrived, everything would change in an instant. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 felt a surge of determination as Izuku expressed his support. They were ready to save the island together. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, however, insisted on joining them despite not having a quirk. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 admired her bravery and recognized her unique ability to disable the security system. Achiko suddenly recalled a special move called Cybertide that could help with the security systems. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was grateful for the reminder and prepared to use it. With a burst of energy, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 focused on the task, but fatigue set in as they reached the 175th floor. Just as 𝗵𝗃𝗃 began to fall, Izuku caught them and offered water from his emergency supply. Apologizing for not reaching the top, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 explained that there were 200 floors in total. Before proceeding, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 took a moment to reassure their worried parents, promising that everyone would be fine and that they loved them. With the group now on the 20th floor, they needed to reach the 200th. While the others ran, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 flew close to the ground, ready to use their quirk if trouble arose. Upon reaching the 80th floor, they discovered the path was blocked. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 warned that opening the door would alert the villains, so they needed to find another way. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, eager to act, pulled the lever to open the door, prompting 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to scold him for his recklessness. Izuku urged everyone to keep moving, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 led them down a long hallway. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 mentioned an emergency staircase at the end, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃 couldn't shake the feeling that someone had let the villains onto the island. Suddenly, metal doors closed in front of them and behind them, leaving one door still open. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 called out to Shoto and Ida to get ready as Shoto used his ice to create an opening. They entered a vast plant factory, filled with greenery and advanced machinery used for researching how quirks affect plant life. Izuku, out of breath, asked about the room, and 𝗵𝗃𝗃 explained its purpose. As 𝗵𝗃𝗃 spread their wings to halt the group, they noticed the elevator approaching. Anxiety filled the air as they prepared to hide. When the elevator dinged, signaling the arrival of the villains, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 felt the tension rise. One of the villains taunted them, and Bakugo's familiar voice responded defiantly. Kirishima attempted to defuse the situation by pretending they were lost, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃 worried about their naivety. The taller villain threatened them, and a wave of energy surged toward Kirishima. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 and Izuku shouted in alarm, but a wall of ice appeared just in time to protect them. Recognizing Shoto's handiwork, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 felt a wave of relief. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 called for everyone to gather around as they prepared a defensive move. Shoto instructed them to find a way to the top while he and the others held off the villains. With a determined shout, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 activated their hydrokinetic shield, ready to face whatever came next. As they broke through another wall, they found themselves trapped again. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 lamented their situation, feeling like birds in a cage. 𝗵𝗃𝗃, frustrated by the complaints, suddenly remembered a maintenance room above them. With renewed focus, they devised a plan to escape through the vent leading to the sunlight system. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 recalled the maintenance room for the sunlight system and pointed out a small vent that led directly beneath it. If they could get someone to squeeze through, they could access the emergency ladder and reach the next floor. However, The ladder had a manual release, meaning someone would need to be inside to let it down for the others. An idea struck, and they considered whether Momo could create a small explosive to open the vent door. Momo quickly understood the plan and confirmed it. 𝗧𝗵𝗃 agreed, explaining that if someone could climb the vent to the exterior wall, they could access the maintenance room that way. They needed someone small enough to fit in the cramped space and capable of climbing the wall without falling. A smirk crossed their face as they looked at 𝗵𝗃𝗧. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 panicked, while 𝗳𝗏𝗄, 𝗔𝗂, and 𝗵𝗃𝗧 tried to reassure him until he reluctantly agreed to take on the task. Once 𝗵𝗃𝗧 lowered the ladder, everyone began to climb up. Melly praised 𝗵𝗃𝗧 for his bravery, calling him an incredible student hero, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 cautioned her not to get him too excited. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 rallied the group, urging everyone to get fired up as they shouted in agreement. As they dashed through the hallways, 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 and 𝗔𝗂 took out the security cameras to prevent the villains from tracking them. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 noted their luck, mentioning that it had been a while since they passed the 100th floor. 𝗳𝗏𝗄 wondered if they had lost the villains, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 expressed doubt, sensing they were being led somewhere. They were close to the top floor, and the end was in sight. Upon reaching the 130th floor, they encountered numerous robot sentries. They attempted to fight them off but were careful not to cause any damage that could trigger alarms on the 200th floor, which would jeopardize the island's security. 𝗵𝗃𝗧 tried to short-circuit the robots but ended up incapacitating himself instead. After confirming their path was clear, they made it to the 138th floor, only to be ambushed by more sentries. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧, Izuku, 𝗳𝗏𝗄, and Melly sought an alternative route to the top while the others handled the sentries. They stumbled upon a large fan room, the wind power generator, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 realized it was a clever way to avoid the waiting sentries. They could make it through if they could reach the upper area, so 𝗳𝗏𝗄 and 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 worked together to lift Izuku up while Melly held on tightly. Once inside the building, 𝗳𝗏𝗄 released Izuku from her quirk. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 warned that the journey to the 200th floor would be more challenging since the villains were aware of their presence. Melly was instructed to stay between 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 and Izuku, while Izuku was tasked with watching their flank. As anticipated, they encountered a villain, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 swiftly incapacitated him with a single aqua bolt, ensuring he was out before moving forward. As they approached the 200th floor, villains began firing at them. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 protected Melly with a hydrokinetic shield while Izuku took down the attackers. They remained vigilant, checking the hallways for safety before proceeding. Izuku inquired about the control room's location, and Melly informed him it was in front of the central elevator. Suddenly, they noticed two figures inside a room with a vault-like door. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 motioned for the others to stay quiet as they drew closer. To their shock, they recognized Uncle David and his assistant Sam. It became clear that the villains had an insider, but 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 never expected it to be Uncle David. Uncle David instructed Sam to unlock a vent and retrieve its contents. Sam excitedly confirmed that everything was there, while Uncle David expressed his determination to keep the device and its data safe. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧's heart sank as the realization hit. The attack had been orchestrated by them, putting their friends in danger due to someone they had trusted. Anger surged within 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧, and they could sense Melly's distress as well. Uncle David's words echoed in 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧's mind, and they confronted him with a look of betrayal. Melly joined, her expression a mix of disbelief and heartbreak. Uncle David was taken aback to see them, stammering in surprise. Melly demanded to know what he meant by arranged, questioning whether he was behind everything. Uncle David stood frozen, unable to respond. Melly pressed on, asking if he had done all this to obtain the device. Uncle David's silence spoke volumes, and 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗧 felt their fists clench in anger. Sam interjected, claiming that the professor was merely trying to reclaim what had been stolen from him, a groundbreaking invention designed to amplify quirks. Izuku, confused and shocked, sought clarification. Uncle David explained that he had created the device for All Might, who was struggling with diminishing quirk levels. His intention was to save his friend from losing his power, but the government had rejected it, fearing it could lead to power-hungry individuals. But why would they need to hire villains for this? They claimed the villains were fake, not actual threats, Yet that didn't explain the attacks on them and their friends. The protagonist felt a surge of anger as they confronted Uncle David, expressing how much they and their friends had sacrificed. They had risked their safety and their lives, while their parents and Uncle David's best friend were being held captive in the banquet hall where the party was supposed to take place. The villains Uncle David hired were not fake. They were real, and the group had to fight them, all because of him. Uncle David seemed confused, insisting that it was all supposed to be an act. Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind them, revealing the supposed leader of the villains. He wore a metal mask, and a malicious grin was visible. He proclaimed that it was indeed an act, pretending to be fake villains. The protagonist quickly activated their vocal water manipulation, preparing to attack the villain and stop him from advancing. The villain placed his hand against the wall, and a blue glow emanated from beneath it. Metal wires sprang loose, flying toward the protagonist and pinning them to the opposite wall, restraining them. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃 screamed in alarm. 𝗧𝗵𝗃𝗃 attempted to fight back, but the villain restrained him as well. The villain demanded to know where the device was. Sam snatched the suitcase from Uncle David's hands and rushed toward the villains to hand it over. Uncle David was shocked, realizing Sam was the real mastermind behind the villains. The villain stated that he had the reward he promised, pulling a weapon on Sam and preparing to fire. Uncle David intervened, taking the shot for Sam. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 screamed in horror, while the protagonist desperately tried to use their shield to loosen their restraints without raising suspicion. The villain, known as 𝗵𝘃𝗲, struck 𝗵𝘃𝗲, causing her to fall to the ground. He stepped on Uncle David's wound, ensuring he was in agony. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 taunted Uncle David, claiming that regardless of his intentions, he had sullied his hands with evil deeds. He declared that Uncle David could no longer be a scientist or continue his research. He would only fall into the darkness of villainy. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 effortlessly lifted Uncle David off the floor, indicating he would force him to continue creating devices for the villains. He then knocked Uncle David out with a swift blow, turning his attention to 𝗵𝘃𝗲. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 aimed his weapon at 𝗵𝘃𝗲, but in that moment, the protagonist broke free from their restraints and charged at him with incredible speed. They knocked the weapon from his hand and pinned him to the wall with their whatifdeku. Gently, they placed Uncle David on the ground before turning to 𝗵𝘃𝗲 with urgency, urging her to head to the control room. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, however, had another weapon hidden in his pocket and aimed it at the protagonist. But their reflexes were quicker. They lost their whatifdeku while rushing to free Izuku, but 𝗵𝘃𝗲 seized Uncle David and fled. The protagonist insisted they needed to reach Uncle David before it was too late. They freed Izuku with an aqua bolt, assuring him that 𝗵𝘃𝗲 was strong and they would go after Uncle David. They reached the top just as 𝗵𝘃𝗲 and his followers were boarding a helicopter. The protagonist decided to take action, telling Izuku to stay back as they launched themselves toward the helicopter's landing skid, hidden from view. They wondered if they could hack the helicopter controls. With determination, they activated their powers, causing the helicopter to spiral out of control. As Uncle David fell from the helicopter, the protagonist let go and flew toward him, catching him mid-air just as shots rang out. The villains regained control of the helicopter, and 𝗵𝘃𝗲 fired at them, but the protagonist evaded the bullets and safely returned Uncle David to the rooftop. Uncle David groaned in pain, apologizing, but the protagonist urged him to save his breath, assuring him everything would be all right. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 shouted in anger, attempting to attack, but the protagonist blocked him with their hydrokinetic shield and retaliated with aqua bolts, knocking 𝗵𝘃𝗲 back. An explosion followed, and All Might appeared, having destroyed the helicopter. Izuku rushed to the protagonist, relieved to see they were safe. He expressed his worry during the chaotic moments. All Might encouraged him to keep smiling, while the protagonist explained how they had intentionally caused the helicopter to go out of control, knowing the villains might abandon Uncle David. They apologized for the rough landing, but Uncle David acknowledged that he deserved it, recognizing the challenges the protagonist and their friends had faced that night. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 approached and ran to Uncle David, relieved to see he was okay. After confirming his well-being, she turned to the protagonist and Izuku, checking if they were all right. They nodded as 𝗵𝘃𝗲 hugged them tightly, and they returned the embrace just as firmly. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 suddenly shouted that they were all about to die. Determined, one of them declared that they wouldn't let that happen. All Might stepped in, assuring them that he would handle the situation. Although they wanted to argue, All Might's charming smile silenced their protests. They knew he was strong, but his power felt almost otherworldly. They stepped back, feeling Izuku wrap his arms around their waist and bury his face in their neck. Uncle David turned to All Might with an apologetic expression, but before they could react, a large metal pillar crashed into All Might, sending both him and Uncle David flying. The trio gasped in shock. Melly cried out for her father, and it was clear that the battle was far from over. Izuku expressed concern for their safety, acknowledging their power but also the danger they faced. They insisted on joining him and All Might, urging Melly to find a safe place to hide, promising her that Uncle David would be all right. Melly, however, remained stubbornly on the roof, refusing to leave. All Might appeared to be tiring, reaching his limit, but they felt no such constraints with one of their quirks. They thought of an upbeat song to energize themselves for the fight. All Might seemed to shake off his daze, launching himself toward the villain. He dodged or destroyed multiple pillars, but metal wires suddenly ensnared his limbs, halting him in front of the villain. The enemy gripped All Might's neck and applied pressure to his injury, causing him to cry out in pain. They rushed toward All Might, saving their wings for the fight ahead. A pillar struck All Might's stomach, pushing him back while the wires held him tightly. Suddenly, sharp bars pierced through the metal blocks, leaving everyone stunned. They had seen enough and used their quirk to free All Might, getting him to safety before either he or Izuku could respond. Challenging Metalhead, they called out to him, drawing his attention. As they landed in front of him, they felt a surge of power coursing through their body. They activated their vocal water manipulation, beginning to sing and dance to the rhythm, captivating everyone around them, especially Izuku and Melly, who understood their intentions. Metalhead watched in confusion as they danced, unable to look away. They continued to sing, building their energy with each movement. Once they felt ready, they launched themselves at Metalhead, breaking through the pillars surrounding him. The force of their attack knocked some classmates off their feet. Metalhead snapped out of his trance and retaliated, hurling pillars at them. But they were faster and stronger, their energy propelling them forward. As more pillars flew their way, they raised their hand, causing the projectiles to explode into droplets of water. Metalhead was taken aback but quickly resumed his assault. They whistled at Izuku and All Might, signaling them to prepare. They began dancing again, allowing Izuku and All Might to regain some strength while keeping Metalhead's focus on them. He was once again lost in a trance, feeling an overwhelming sense of confidence. He was too hot, and the energy around him was electric. As he danced, he and his friends, Izuku and All Might, charged at Metalhead with full force, shattering his pillars once more. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as they moved in perfect sync. Metalhead regained his composure and unleashed a barrage of pillars, more than before. However, All Might and Izuku executed a powerful double Detroit smash, while he gathered all his remaining energy into his hands, creating the largest blast of water he had ever conjured. Metalhead was knocked out, and he quickly ensnared him with his water WHP to prevent any escape. From behind a piece of rubble, Mineta murmured in disbelief that they had defeated the villain. The crowd erupted in cheers as they rushed toward the trio. He hurried to Uncle David, looking him in the eyes and asking for his trust. He assured Uncle David that he could heal his wound quickly, and Uncle David agreed, placing his hand on his cheek. Standing tall, he extended his hands, channeling his last bit of strength into a final move. With a declaration of water wings, 60%, ocean's embrace, Uncle David was lifted in a bubble of water that acted as a healing pod. After a few moments, he gently placed Uncle David back on his feet, but he wobbled and would have fallen if not for his quick reflexes. Melly rushed over, calling out for her father and taking him from his arms just as he felt himself fading into darkness. When he awoke in the hospital, his parents, the doctor, and Izuku were by his side. The doctor remarked on his resilience, noting that despite the danger he had faced, he had come through without injuries. His mother expressed her relief and concern, questioning why he would confront a villain alone. He replied that he didn't need a lecture, his friends and family were safe, and that was all that mattered. His father admitted they had been worried and felt helpless, fearing they might have lost him. He understood their concern but insisted he was training to be a hero at the best school, excelling in both academics and training. He loved them dearly but needed them to ease up on their protectiveness. His parents acknowledged their overprotectiveness, citing the ongoing threat from a notorious villain still at large. When he pressed for details, they revealed that the villain had escaped from Tartarus and was now allied with a dangerous group. The weight of this news settled heavily on him, and he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Izuku, sensing his distress, took his hand and offered support, assuring him that he would be there whenever he was ready to share more. Despite the comfort of his friend's presence, he couldn't shake the fear of what was to come, knowing that the villain was now with a notorious group of adversaries. As summer vacation began after the first semester at 𝗬𝗧𝗵𝗲, he and Izuku continued their training diligently. One day, while Izuku was watching an All Might video, the doorbell rang, interrupting their routine. He called out for Izuku to answer the door, and soon 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗵𝗃 appeared, eager to invite them to the pool before the summer training camp. Izuku regarded them with suspicion but turned to him for guidance. I nodded as I placed my towel around the back of my neck. Izuku gave a thumbs up and said he would meet us there before closing the door. A pool day sounded fun, even though I had already completed my workout for the day. I walked up behind him and we gathered our things. As we made our way toward the school, we encountered the girls, who eagerly pulled me toward the pool. After changing into our school bathing suits, I encouraged the girls to do the same. I mentioned that 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗵𝗃 were already there, causing them to shudder. Once we arrived at the pool, I dove right in, enjoying the refreshing water. Surfacing, I was greeted by my entire class, including the boys. I exclaimed a cheerful greeting, and 𝗬𝗧𝗏 responded warmly. As I climbed out of the pool, I noticed 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗵𝗃 looking away, likely lost in their imaginations. I decided not to give them the satisfaction of knowing how they were thinking. While the boys trained, the girls and I played volleyball. After a while, we decided to take a break. 𝗬𝗃 announced a 15-minute break and brought out drinks for everyone. Izuku commented on 𝗬𝗃's typical preparedness. We all took a drink, and I settled into a lounge chair under the sun. Izuku sat beside me, breathing heavily. 𝗬𝗃 advised him to take a break and offered him a drink, which Izuku gratefully accepted. Bakugo burst onto the scene, expressing his frustration about being late due to having to convince Bakugo to join. Bakugo challenged Izuku, and Izuku took a few steps back, explaining that training wasn't particularly interesting. 𝗬𝗃 suggested a swimming race to see which boy could swim 50 meters the fastest, and everyone enthusiastically agreed. Questions arose about using quirks, and 𝗬𝗃 clarified that while they could use them, they needed to avoid causing any damage. Bakugo grinned mischievously as he positioned himself in front of Izuku, declaring he would crush him. Izuku asked if I wanted to join, but I declined, feeling a bit tired from my earlier workout. The first match included 𝗵𝗃, 𝗂𝗃, Tokoyami, Bakugo, and 𝗵𝗃. Bakugo used his quirk to propel himself forward, easily finishing first. He taunted the others, insisting it was freestyle swimming. I pointed out that he hadn't actually swum, which drew groans from 𝗧𝗏 and Kirishima. The next match featured 𝗧𝗏, Aoyama, Shoto, Sato, and Kirishima. 𝗧𝗏 swung himself forward using tape, while Aoyama attempted to use his laser but ended up falling onto 𝗧𝗏. Todoroki created an ice pathway across the pool, reaching the finish effortlessly. 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗵𝗃 expressed their disbelief at the unconventional swimming methods. The final match included 𝗬𝗃, Izuku, Ojiro, and Shoji. Momo blew the whistle to start the race, and Izuku secured first place. 𝗬𝗃 congratulated him, and Izuku helped 𝗬𝗃 out of the water, praising his effort as well. Nearby, I noticed 𝗬𝗃, Izuku, and Shoto exchanging glances, likely recalling their past experiences together. Feeling a headache coming on, I suddenly saw a familiar face in my mind, along with a chilling smile. The voice taunted me, asking if I missed him. I muttered that I would never miss him. He continued to provoke me, suggesting that my friends and Izuku would question me about him. I felt a wave of fear wash over me as I insisted he leave me alone. Just then Izuku noticed my flinch and asked if I was okay. I assured him it was just a strange daydream and kissed his cheek, trying to shake off the unsettling thoughts. I couldn't understand how he could invade my mind like that. He should be imprisoned, but somehow he was back, seeking revenge. I promised myself I wouldn't let him succeed. Later, it was time for the final race. Ida announced that the winners of each heat, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izuku, would compete for first place. They all agreed, and Bakugo challenged Shoto to take the race seriously. Izuku prepared himself as well, and they took their positions. As the race began, they jumped into the water, but to everyone's surprise, their quirks failed to activate, causing them to plunge into the water. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the unexpected turn of events. 𝗧𝗵𝗲 expressed his shock at their quirks being erased. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 announced that pool time was over, urging everyone to head home. Aizawa was met with a chorus of complaints from Kaminari and 𝗧𝗵𝗲, who lamented that they had just reached the exciting part of their discussion. Despite their attempts to negotiate for 5 more minutes, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 was not in the mood for nonsense and shot them a stern glare. As everyone prepared to leave, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 noticed the urgency in my demeanor and requested that I stay behind for a private conversation. He asked what was troubling me, and I confided in him about a terrifying revelation. I explained that a dangerous individual had escaped from Tartarus, somehow acquired a telepathy quirk, and had been communicating with me in my mind. He claimed he would return soon, and I was deeply afraid for my friends and family. I recalled my parents mentioning that this person had joined the League of Villains, and the fear overwhelmed me, prompting tears to flow. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 embraced me, providing comfort as Uncle Mike approached, curious about my distress. I shared my fears with Uncle Mike, repeating the alarming details about the escapee and my worries for my loved ones. He joined the hug, assuring me that everything would be all right, and I found solace in their support. The next morning, my phone rang, waking me from sleep. It was Izuku calling to invite me to the beach, suggesting we could make it a date. I agreed and told him I would meet him shortly, expressing my affection before hanging up. However, my moment of happiness was interrupted by a familiar, sinister voice in my head, taunting me about my relationships and warning me of his impending return. I resolved not to show fear, defiantly stating that I would not run from someone who wouldn't confront me face to face. As summer vacation began after high's first semester, 𝗵𝗃𝗲 announced a training camp that would push us to new heights. The excitement was palpable among my classmates, but I felt a knot of anxiety in my stomach, worrying about the threat looming over us. Izuku noticed my distress and asked if I was all right, but I reassured him that I was fine, even though I was anything but. Inside my mind, the voice of the escaped villain continued to intrude, mocking me. I tried to maintain my composure, not wanting to raise suspicion. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and 𝗵𝗃𝗲 burst in, questioning our class's commitment. Before I could react, Kendo swiftly intervened, knocking him out with a chop to the neck, much to my relief. With the chaos settled, I rallied my classmates to line up for the bus. Izuku and I found seats together, and exhaustion soon took over as I leaned against him and dozed off. After a while, I felt a gentle nudge on my forehead, and Izuku's voice roused me from my slumber. I smiled at him, feeling a warmth spread through me as he greeted me. As we arrived at our first stop, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a challenging journey ahead. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 explained the training camp activities after I had another meltdown about him. The first stop was at the edge of a cliff, where the woods stretched below. Mineta exclaimed his urgent need to find a restroom, while 𝗧𝗵𝗲 questioned the purpose of stopping without a reason. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 remarked that there was no point in stopping, leaving everyone confused, except for me, as I smirked at the situation. Mineta continued to search for a bathroom when a black car pulled up, and 2 familiar figures emerged. A woman's voice called out to Eraser, a voice that was unmistakable. I muttered in disbelief as a smile spread across my face. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 greeted them with a bow, and Auntie Mandalay announced their arrival with enthusiasm, followed by Auntie Pixie, who added her own playful remark. Together, they introduced themselves as the Wild Pussycats, a pro-hero team specializing in mountain rescues. Izuku, excited, began to fanboy over their credentials, but 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 playfully silenced him before turning her attention to me, trying to contain her excitement. I whispered to Izuku that 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 and the others were actually older than they appeared, recalling stories my parents had shared about them. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 instructed everyone to greet the heroes, and we all waved in unison. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 informed us that we would be staying at the foot of the mountain, which raised questions among the group. Achiko expressed her nervousness, while Tsu and Sato speculated about the implications of our stop. Siro, clearly anxious, suggested we return to the bus quickly. As the realization dawned on everyone, I stood smirking, knowing the challenge ahead. 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 teased that if we didn't make it back by a certain time, we would miss lunch. Uncle 𝗧𝗏 confirmed that the training camp had officially begun. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃, with a mischievous grin, activated her quirk, causing the cliffside to tremble. The rocks below transformed and rose, sending me and Class 1A tumbling down the hill. I managed to use my shield to catch everyone after landing first. From the cliffside, 𝗵𝗃𝗵𝗲 called out that we could use our quirks freely since it was private land and challenged us to reach the facility on foot after navigating through the beast's forest. As I released my shield, I asked the group if they were going to keep complaining or if we were going to move forward. Kaminari questioned my calmness, while Kirishima suggested I could use my shield to transport everyone down the mountain. I reminded them that taking the easy way out wasn't the spirit of a class representative. I pointed out that we had faced much worse challenges before and that this forest would be a breeze in comparison. Encouraged, everyone rallied together, even Bakugo, surprisingly. Mineta rushed ahead into the woods, only to encounter a large beast with a wood-textured hide. I muttered in recognition of the forest's name, realizing 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃's cleverness. Overwhelmed by fear, Mineta reacted instinctively, and the beast lunged at him. 𝗏𝗂 attempted to communicate with the creature, but it was ineffective. Izuku swiftly intervened, saving Mineta just in time. Todoroki used his ice to immobilize the beast's feet, while Iida activated his engines and launched himself at one of its arms. Bakugo shouted as he unleashed an explosion on the other arm. Together, Izuku and I delivered a powerful punch to the beast, defeating it. The group cheered for our teamwork, but Bakugo urged them to remain alert as another beast emerged in the distance. Kirishima noticed the new threat, and Kaminari complained about the seemingly endless number of them. Mina suggested we run, but I insisted we face the challenge head-on. I decided to scout from above to find the quickest route down. After flying above the treetops, I located the best path and led Class 1A down through the forest. After 2.5 hours, we reached the bottom, where 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 awaited us with a young boy who looked familiar. She expressed her surprise at our speed in overcoming the beasts. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 pointed out our group's quick thinking, particularly praising me, Bakugo, Iida, Izuku, and Shoto for our experience. As 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 engaged with the boys, Izuku inquired about the boy with black hair and a red hat. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 clarified that he was her cousin's child and encouraged the boy, 𝗏𝗏, to greet us, as he would be joining us for the week. I felt a wave of emotion at the mention of his name, covering my mouth in surprise. I introduced myself as Midoriya from 𝗬𝗏𝗃, a high school's hero course. Izuku introduced himself to 𝗏𝗏, attempting to shake hands, but instead, he received an unexpected punch. Iida exclaimed in disbelief, questioning why 𝗏𝗏 would resort to such a low blow. 𝗏𝗏, with a fierce glare, declared that he had no interest in associating with those who aspired to be heroes. I recalled his disdain for heroes. Seeing 𝗏𝗏, I knelt down and welcomed him with open arms, prompting him to tear up and embrace me tightly. He expressed how much he had missed me, and I gently wiped away his tears, reminding him that I had missed him too. I noted how much he had grown and began to explain that the boy he had just punched was my boyfriend, Izuku. I urged him to be nice, except when it came to Mineta, whom I described as a bit of a pervert. I encouraged 𝗏𝗏 to have some fun and let loose, and he responded with a mischievous smirk. Iida, curious, asked if I knew 𝗏𝗏. I confirmed that I was familiar with his aunt, as I had babysat him in the past. I lifted 𝗂𝗲 into my arms, his legs wrapping around my waist. Uncle 𝗧𝗵𝗲 interrupted, instructing everyone to gather their belongings from the bus. He informed us that after settling into our rooms, we would have dinner in the cafeteria, followed by baths and an early bedtime, as the real training would commence the next day. After dinner, we headed to the hot springs to unwind. The boys and girls areas were separated to ensure privacy. I could hear myheroacademia shouting as he attempted to climb the wall, but 𝗂𝗲 intervened, glaring at him. He asserted that before learning to be a hero, one must first understand how to be a decent human being. With a swift motion, he knocked myheroacademia off balance, causing him to tumble backward. I cheered for 𝗂𝗲, proud of my little buddy. The following day marked the true beginning of our training camp, which meant an early start. Uncle 𝗧𝗵𝗲 greeted us enthusiastically, explaining that the purpose of the camp was to enhance our strength and prepare us for the challenges ahead. He tossed a baseball to 𝗵𝘃𝗲, reminding him of his previous record from the fitness test. 𝗵𝘃𝗲 threw the ball, and Uncle 𝗧𝗵𝗲 measured the distance, noting a slight improvement since 𝗵𝘃𝗲 started high school. He emphasized that while our mental and technical skills had grown, our quirks needed more work, and he warned us that the training would be intense. After a long day of training with Auntie Mandalay and Auntie Pixie, I encountered the third member of the wild pussycats, Ragdoll, or Auntie Tomoko as I affectionately called her. She suggested that we prepare our own meal, but everyone was too exhausted to think about cooking. Auntie Tomoko insisted that we couldn't just settle for a simple meal, and I, feeling a surge of energy, offered to make my family's special Hawaiian beef curry. As I gathered the ingredients, I thought about how my family would play a fun game called curry roulette, where one bowl would contain super spicy peppers. I could see everyone hoping Auntie Tomoko would agree to my plan, and when she finally relented, cheers erupted around me as I began cooking. Once the curry was ready, I called everyone to the table, but before they dug in, I proposed a game of luck. I explained that one of the bowls contained the spicy pepper X peppers, which elicited gasps from the group. 𝗵𝘃𝗲, confident, dismissed the challenge, while I explained the rules of curry roulette. As everyone selected their bowls, I secretly knew which one had the pepper. myheroacademia unwittingly picked that bowl, and I prepared for the moment when everyone would take a bite together, hoping to contain their reactions when the unlucky one discovered the surprise hidden within. The conversation began with a playful debate about the spiciness of the curry. One character remarked that their family had added 2 whole peppers, insisting that half of one was nothing. Another chimed in, recalling how they had seen this character handle spicy food before. The response revealed a family rule that prevented them from getting used to the heat, ensuring that the challenge would be more intense for the loser. This led to a light-hearted accusation of evilness from a friend, which only made the character smirk internally while keeping a cool exterior. As everyone prepared to take a bite of the curry, chaos ensued. One friend screamed, and several others spat out their food, erupting into laughter. Amidst the laughter, one character was playfully accused of being evil and dashed off to get water. After the meal, the group gathered around a fire, sharing jokes and compliments about the delicious curry, which was praised for its unique touch of white rice. The character who made it humbly acknowledged the compliments, attributing the recipe to family tradition. Another friend boasted about their own cooking skills, prompting a sarcastic response. As the evening wore on, one character suggested it was time to sleep, reminding everyone of the long day of training ahead. However, some friends wanted to stay up a bit longer, leading to a humorous exchange about their training schedule. One character playfully fabricated a story about their instructor keeping tabs on their training times, which prompted laughter and a light-hearted kiss shared with a close friend. They exchanged sweet words before parting for the night. The next day brought another round of rigorous training, fueled by a longing to overcome a lingering threat. After a communal dinner, the group was ready for a test of courage. The excitement was palpable, but their instructor announced an unexpected twist. A group would have to attend extra lessons instead of participating in the test. The reaction was one of disbelief and protest, but the instructor remained firm, wrapping up the complaining students in his scarf to keep them still. The test of courage was explained, with one class designated as the scarers and the other as the participants. The scarers were instructed to use their quirks creatively without making direct contact. As the preparations unfolded, one character reflected on the competitive nature of the exercise, recognizing it as a way to refine their abilities. The group drew lots to determine partners, and due to an odd number, one character found themselves alone, which they accepted with a sense of relief. Meanwhile, another character pleaded to establish partners, but the arrangement stood. As the first pairs ventured into the forest, an unexpected smell of smoke caught their attention, leading to concern about a potential fire. Panic set in as they realized something was indeed burning, and soon, chaos erupted when a villainous figure appeared, capturing one of their instructors. The realization struck that they were facing known villains from a notorious group. Fear spread among the students, but one character took charge, instructing their friends to stay behind them for protection. The villains exchanged taunts, and one of them questioned whether to harm a captured character, while another villain urged caution. The tension escalated as they revealed their intentions, and one character recognized the threat they posed, realizing that a certain member of the villain group had been haunting their thoughts for weeks. The stage was set for a confrontation, and the group braced themselves for the challenges ahead. The protagonist knew what the villains were after and challenged them directly. Spinner and Magna smirked, acknowledging her defiance. Spinner remarked on her inquisitive nature, suggesting she would be a nuisance. He offered her a chance to surrender quietly, but she firmly refused, daring them to catch her instead. As she made her escape, she discreetly signaled to her Uncle Yawara and Auntie Mandalay to take Auntie Pixie and find Uncle Zawa, ensuring the safety of both classes. She also tapped a rhythm on the ground, a signal only Izuku understood, instructing him to locate and protect Koda, whom she considered like a younger sibling. In her flight, she encountered 𝗬𝗵𝗄, the source of the chaos. Suddenly, she heard giggling and sensed danger as two slashes came her way, narrowly avoiding them. Toga was eager to engage, asking 𝗬𝗵𝗄 if she could attack her. The protagonist taunted the villains, challenging them to catch her. As she dodged their attacks, she heard a familiar siren call that made her cover her ears. To block out the sound, she created earmuffs from water, allowing her to fight back. With renewed determination, she confronted 𝗬𝗵𝗄, who continued to sing, his smirk infuriating her. She felt the pressure of his voice but stood her ground, refusing to be overwhelmed. 𝗬𝗵𝗄 managed to trap her in a weak water bubble, but she summoned the strength of her own music, breaking free and launching a powerful blast of water at him. The confrontation escalated, and she realized 𝗬𝗵𝗄 was singing about finishing someone, her father, his brother, her uncle, 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗄. When 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗄 appeared, the tension thickened. He greeted her with a mocking familiarity, but she expressed her disdain for him, recalling his past attempts on her father's life. 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗄's attack was feeble, and she taunted him about his decline, questioning his choice to ally with the League of Villains. Suddenly, 𝗬𝗵𝗄 seized her from behind, congratulating himself on capturing her. She fought back, but a sudden blow to her neck caused her to lose consciousness. As she was taken away, her thoughts were consumed with concern for her classmates and family, revealing her selfless nature. Upon regaining consciousness, she sensed her surroundings before opening her eyes. She found herself tied to a chair in an abandoned bar, restrained and vulnerable. 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗄 approached her, revealing his intentions. He wanted her father to experience loss, aiming to dismantle the hero society. She confronted him, pointing out the futility of his actions, reminding him that the woman he loved and his family were